All right, hello everyone. Shalom and peace of the Lord to all of you. I hope my voice came in good and clear. Please let me know how good the voice from your side. If you are having any noise or anything, let me know. The Muslims, the Mohammedans, they have the most weird, stupid way of reasoning. And, the reasoning, the reason I say it's stupid, because their own reasoning cannot prove their religion. It's not the reason itself. Like some of the reasons they mention, it make very much sense. But if you apply their own reasoning, or let us say the test, the examination way, you will find that the Muhammadan, they don't have religion. So I'm going to play this video for you. And actually, I'm going to use it in every single broadcast I will go live to challenge the Muslims. And I hope open challenge for this potato. Remember we went to his channel, and the coward, he asked his admins to block us. When he, try to prove something, he don't dare to prove it to someone who knows Islam very well. He speak to the naive, simple people who know nothing about neither Christianity, neither Islam. And in this case, you was going to be a winner. When we offer them, those who claim that they have knowledge, to debate us, and as you see, I went to his channel, and he refused to let me come to speak to him. Simply, he knew he's no match. He knew that he himself, he is going to be a big reason if he accept big mistake, All of them, you will notice, all of them, they share one thing. They want to debate me, but nobody want to debate me. Like all of them, they can refute me, but nobody want to debate me. All of them. So I want you to listen to this video, and I'm using their own argument against them. Can they say no? I mean, that will be the most hilarious if a Muslim, he says to me, he don't accept his own argument. Now, those who they are in Discord, let me see if you can. Let us see if we can share with you the video. All right. Give me a second. Again, we invite all Muslims who like to join us. Please feel free. We will be happy to have you with us. And we will take the test, which you Muslim put. You Muslim, you put that, not me. Oh, I cannot share the video in Discord unless what? Unless I sign for 1 year, whatever. I have to pay for it. All right. Well, what we can say, it's all right. I will play the video first by audio, so people in Discord, they can hear it. And then I will play it for you in YouTube, just to make people in Discord hear the video.
It's even necessary for you to accept that God has to exist. Okay, moving forward now, we're talking about which religion this is. That all depends on the evidences, right? Important point is this: all of these religions agree on certain attributes of God, like that God is all-powerful, all-knowing, merciful, just, wise. These are all attributes that all religions agree upon. Also, these religions make claims. What you have to do to find out which religion is the truth is that you investigate and you test these religions one by one. And I usually give this criteria. It can be applied to any scripture in order for you to know it's from God or not. First, the scripture has to claim it's from God. It's the first thing. It has to say I'm from God in order for you to even consider it to might be from the divine or not, right? Second thing, I would say it has to be free from errors and contradictions, because God does not contradict himself. The world has no physical contradictions on a macro level that we see with our eyes, and God's all-knowing by definition, by agreement with all of those religions, so he cannot be contradicting himself. And also the scripture has to be preserved from the source, whatever that source is. Okay? So if the scripture comes from 100 years ago, it has to be preserved from that time. 1,000 years ago, it has to be preserved from that time. 10,000 years, we need to have it from that time. We need to have a way to come back to the source. Okay? Have a method that we can use to come back to the source, right? And the last thing, it has to have some sort of a divine evidence that is from God. Something that you and me, we cannot do, that prophet or messenger would be able to do, that only God does, or something that is a miracle from our, basically, for a lack of a better term. Something that we cannot do, something we cannot imitate and make, or do something like it. So now, looking at the first few criteria, even leaving the last one, looking at the first few criteria, you've already disqualified, if not all, most of the religions in the world other than Islam. Having a scripture which is preserved from the time. And why do we say that's a necessity rationally? Because if it's not preserved, if it's changed, I would not know what's from God and what's from man. I would not know if I'm doing what God wants from me or not. If the scripture does not, if the scripture does not claim it's from God, then why would I even impose the idea on the scripture? So it has to claim it's from God. And contradictions, we already mentioned that God doesn't make any contradictions. So wouldn't you agree these criteria are fairly right?
Abdul, who accept the challenge to put Islam into test as you Muslims ask for it? Who dare? Who of you, Muhammadan, dare to use the exact same way of examination? You choose any of those which he's mentioned, not me. It's not me who put this way of testing. It's you. So who of you would like to join us and put this into test? Any Muhammadan? Anybody?
It's even necessary for you to accept that God has to exist. Okay, moving forward now, we're talking about which religion and this and that.
My Discord is open. You choose any of those 5 items. You Muslims, you claim it is the way, and we can do them all, the 5 if you want, one by one. But if you don't feel comfortable with one, but you feel comfortable with the other one, or let us say you feel confident with one, but you don't feel confident with the other one, choose the one you like. Who is a Muhammadan, including this potato who made this video?
Has to say I'm from God.
You will see that Islam will fail every single one of those things he mentioned.
God does not contradict himself. The world has no physical contradictions on a macro level that we see.
Any Muhammadan? Well, I cannot share the screen because it's a video. If I share the video, oh, hold on. Oh, here, okay, sorry. All right. Your screen is coming black from your side. It's my fault. So, if any Muhammadan would like to join us and prove us wrong or prove Islam to be right, I will be more than happy to have him immediately, including this potato he claimed that his religion can pass the test he made. Any Muhammadan? And we can start from number 1. If you don't like number 1, we can start from number 2. I mean, I don't mind. Number 1, number 2, whatever you like. Whenever you make you feel comfortable. Who dare? I mean, it is hilarious what the Muslim they say. The Muslim is like somebody, he is a camel. And he is making fun of the back of everybody. Look how his back look like. Because the camel cannot see his own back. They don't see how big the hump they have in the top of their back. What is the first thing this guy he mentioned?
Just wise. These are all attributes that all religions agree on. Also, these religions make claims. What you have to do to find out which religion is true is that you investigate and you test these religions one by one. And I usually give this criteria. It can be applied to any scripture in order for you to know it's from God or not. First, the scripture has to claim it's from God.
You know, first, the scriptures have to claim to be from God. That's the most silly, stupid thing ever, to say that this is the reason to believe it's from God. So if Shaitan, he made the scriptures, and he say this is from God, we take it. I mean, do you see the stupidity? So if somebody here wrote that this is scriptures, like, what his name is, Smith, this Mormon guy, he said this is scriptures from God. How that can prove anything? So, number one, the scriptures have to claim to be from God. If we ask the Muslims, who is a Muslim right now, and he can come to us and join us in Discord and show us in the Quran where this Quran says this is scriptures from God. I have verses saying that this is scriptures of a man from the Quran. So, if you want to say to me the Quran says the Quran is from Allah, oh, we send down the Quran. So, which Quran? Which Quran is from Allah? Is all the Quran from Allah? We can put that into test immediately. And you will see that the first condition will be a failure. Who want to do it? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? This is from God? Are you sure, Abdul? Seriously. Number one reason to believe it's from God, the scriptures itself have to say it's from God. That's amazing. So if I write a book and I say this is from God, I mean, if you see actually all the reason, you will see how stupid it is. Like as an example, you need to find that there's no contradiction. Here we go, get my books and find me contradiction. Read all my books and find me contradiction. Does that make me God? This is the most stupid argument ever. However, even that the Quran failed. Even such a silly test, the Quran failed miserably. So who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? Mayday. You know, Muslims, I'm going to play this video every time I go live on air and making challenge for you. So the whole world can laugh at you and your religion. And show everybody that you cannot stand, and none of you can stand for his own made up test. Any Muhammadan would like to join us? Any Muhammadan would like to join us into Discord? We see that we have only, where is everybody? Are we coming live in the wrong day? Like, is Wednesday something special for you guys? Like, people are busy doing something? Where is everybody? Why you guys don't share, invite, post links here, there? What do you do exactly? You just come here, laugh? What you will lose if you share the link of this live in Twitter, Facebook, share it with those people who support Palestine, you know, those idiots. Let us get them here so we can laugh. Don't you want to have entertainment? Let us say you are here for the sake of laughing only. Well, you have to get us the customers to laugh. So do it for your sake, not for my sake. Who is a Muhammadan? He can come and join us on the stage and pick up all of any of those five or all of them and prove Islam to be true from those conditions which made by your Abdul brother. Any Muhammadan? Yeah, I don't know. I start coming at 3 p.m. Suddenly everybody is coming at 3 p.m. I go at 7, then everybody goes and move to 7. I know what's wrong with people. If I change my time to 6, everybody goes at 6 p.m. If I change my time to 2, they make it 2. They make it 3, they make it 3. What we can say. Anyway, it doesn't matter really. I mean, we support all the Christians coming and exposing Islam. But what we do is different, as you know. Any Muhammadan would like to join us? Real Madrid? Yeah, well, Real Madrid will change the world, you know. I mean, Real Madrid will pay your bills, will make your children smarter. I mean, come on, Macy's, he will educate your children about astronomy and even maybe space. He will make your son a scientist. You know, those people who play football, they will teach you history, geography, mythology. I mean, come on. Yeah, there's a game, football game. It's very important. The game of the fools. This is the last thing I will watch. It's just stupid and it's not even real. It's just a commerce. It's a business. It's not a sport. You see, money poisoned everything we have in our life. So now we don't have a sport, we have business. We have a professional who make hundreds of millions of dollars, and you stay poor, and you pay them. This is why I say stupidity is amazing. Same as boxing, same as anything. This is not a sport, this is business, pure business. And many of them actually, they tell the person, you need to lose today. What do you mean? Oh, because we have too many gambling names, too many gambling on you. So if you win, we will lose money. You lose. They tell you before you go to the stage, you lose or you win. And they fool you, you believe it. Anyway, not our topic. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? We are in Discord live, and we welcome any Muhammadan to examine with us Islam. Choose any of the 5 examination your brother Abdul he put into test. As an example, he said, I did not say that, he said that the scriptures have to be preserved. That is the most funny thing Muslims they speak about, because according to the religion, their God, he sent 124,000 prophets. All their books is corrupted, except one. It's called Quran. So imagine somebody, he lied to us 124,000 times, and he decided to be honest with us once. And now we need to believe in him. Imagine you have a mechanic. He tried to fix 124,000 cars. All of them the engine get burned. But he is able to save one engine. The engine of Islam. I mean, you Muslims are the most silly, stupid ever you can imagine. Who wanna come, and if we put the Quran into test and see what the Muslims themselves say about the corruption of the Quran, you will see how Muslims, all of them, including Sunni, who is the one who said the standard narratives has holes in it? Do you Muslims have short memory? Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? Why the silence? Why you Muslims are so quiet? Choose any of those 5 categories your friend he put here. Who wanna do it? Any Muhammadan? You know why they are not someone pretending to be me? So what? Let him pretend to be me. What we can say? Muslims, they can pretend. Islam is all about pretending. So Isa in the Quran, he pretend the real to be the real Isa, but he is not the real Isa. Ah, I see. And Jibreel, he came to Muhammad, but it was Shaitan, because he pretended to be a Jibreel, but he was not Jibreel. He was Shaitan. And he gave Muhammad satanic verses. Aha. And Jibreel, he came to Muhammad, now this is the real Jibreel, in the shape and the image of Dahya al-Kalbi. So he pretend to be Dahya al-Kalbi, but he is not Dahya al-Kalbi. In Islam, everybody pretend to be everybody. So what is in you? Do we have any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan would like to pretend that he knew, like all of you do? Any Muslim he pretend to know? Or you are real knowledgeable so you can get us busted? Until now we have 0 people from 0 Muslims in Discord. I wonder why. I wonder how. What's going on? Hey Muslims, don't you want to put Islam into test and prove it to everybody? So you put Islam into test with those people who have no idea what you are talking about? Let me tell you the criteria, brother. How Islam is from God. How we can prove a religion to be from God or not. Number 1, the scriptures they have to claim to be from God. Well, all the scriptures of any religion, they claim to be from God, you idiot. Including the Quran. Yet the Quran proved the opposite. Any Muhammadan? Any brave Muhammadan? What happened? Are you Muslims afraid of being, suffering from humility? That's why they want to show up? The only Muslim who call us is Ultimate Ford. This guy, you ask him a question, he say, I don't care. Any question is embarrassing, I don't care. Your prophet, he said so, I don't accept. Your scholars, they said so, I don't care. Okay, the Quran says so, I give you his own explanation. Yet he don't speak Arabic. You do not know Arabic, and he claims you do not need to know Arabic to understand the stupid Quran. So how in the world those people they understand the Quran if they do not know the language? Any Muhammadan would like to join us? Anyone? Anybody? Any sheikh? Well, taste, it doesn't matter really. Yeah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't make any difference. Taste. Taste or taste. It's the same. Any Muhammadan? Who is a brave Muhammadan would like to join us? Mayday, mayday. How do you do? I'm waiting. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. All Muslims, they can debate Christian Prince, but only face to face. Face to face. Nobody want to do it ass to ass. They are willing to debate everybody over the internet. Only me, I have to do it face to face. It must be a true reasoning. It's not an excuse. Isn't it? Any Muhammadan want to do it face to face? Huh? Nobody? No, they are cowards. They make excuses. All of them, they can refute me. I challenge the Christian Prince. I am willing to fly to all the way to USA to debate him if he dare. Why you need to fly to USA, you coward liar? First of all, I'm sitting in my house, wearing my short, laughing at your God. You do not need to spend for an airline ticket. Go and donate the ticket for Somalia. Your people are dying from hunger. Send it to Gaza. Save the ticket. Just call me right now here for free. People need your answer, not your... Any Muhammadan? Don't you want to support Gaza? Any Muhammadan? Mayday, mayday. So what now? That's it? Islam, no Muslims? Should we go to the museum to look for one? Not a single Muslim? What happened? This is really weird. Where is the people in a Trinity? You know, hey, Trinity, Trinity. All Muslims, they want to debate about Trinity. Okay, how can you, I challenge you to explain the Trinity. Okay, my friend, can you explain your God? Can you, Muslims, explain your God? Just to show you how stupid, hypocrite they are. They cannot explain anything about their God. I mean, the Trinity does not make logic. Okay, so Allah is God, nothing like him, but he has 5 fingers. Oh, Christian Prince, first of all, the fingers of Allah is not like your fingers. Abdul, it says 5 fingers, it says 5 fingers. So if Allah is saying 5 fingers, obviously he is talking about fingers. He knew what we know about fingers, so he's using a language we understand. Exactly? Exactly. But Allah fingers are not like your fingers. Zakir, Naik, hold on. So Allah fingers not like mine. Who care? Maybe they are longer, maybe they are shorter, maybe they are fatter. That is not the question. Can you explain to me why Allah have 5 fingers? A very simple question. Do they even dare to explain anything about their God? They don't. Haram, haram. We cannot talk about the fingers of Allah. Take my advice. Don't put the finger of Allah out of your window in the highway. Those Americans are crazy. They will shoot you. So imagine you are driving and you have Allah in the back seat and he opened the window and he put one of his fingers out. Guess what will happen? Oh boy. Any Abdul? When I came to the state, first time I drove in the highway, I wasn't sure which exit I will take. So I start going slowly to read, you know, and then everybody passed by, he put his hand out and there is a finger. I was saying, man, those Americans are so friendly. They are saying hello. Oh boy. So Muslims, Allah have 5 fingers, and you can explain the Trinity for us. Explain the Trinity, huh? Who is a Muslim would like to join us? Ross? How I can help you, Ross?
Don't tell nigger.
Stupid idiot. Filthy. the racist Abdul. Any Muhammadan? Do we have any Muhammadan? Only Muhammadan, please. Don't put your hand up unless you are a Muhammadan.
This guy, he wants to raise his hand. His name is Aizen.
Isa?
Aizen.
Aizen. Well, I don't see his hand. Where is his hand? I don't see it.
I can see him in the list of the people that are in the voice channel.
But I don't see hand up, guys. Do you see hand up?
Aizen, maybe you can cancel it and do it again.
Okay, let me see.
Oh, there it is.
Where is the list of people? List.
He is here.
All right.
You mean, sir, I'm an ex-Muslim. I'm not a Muslim, dude. What's wrong with you?
He is not a Muslim, man. He is not a Muslim. You wanna force him to be a Muslim? Okay.
Like, even if I was Muslim, I'm not gonna do anything stupid with this person because I gotta get in trouble. Who's so smart?
I don't think I said he's Muslim, but I said his hand was raised.
All right. Maybe my mistake. Maybe he don't know how to use. It's okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm still gonna.
All right. No problem. Do we have any Muslim here? Well, Azhar, he made sense. Like you want to do something stupid with me. This is what happened to Muslims after they notice how stupid what they say. Any Muhammadan? We want a smart Muslim, knowledgeable. You see, knowledgeable. So if you are a smart Muslim and knowledgeable, and you agree with the method to approve Islam, which your brother he put, and he gave us, I'm going to use this in every program I go live, I promise you. When a Muslim come to me, I will play for him this video and I will ask him to choose which one he like to talk about. Any Muhammadan? It's a shame that there is no Muhammadans left or are gone with the wind. Anyone from the religion of Islam? Nobody? So the first thing is to claim to be from God. That's deep. That's really, really deep.
First thing, it has to say I'm from God in order for you to even consider it to might be from the divine or not, right? Second thing, I would say it has to be free from errors and contradictions, because God does not contradict himself. The world has no.
Hey, Muslims who want to take the second one have to be free of errors. Who is a Muslim when I take the second one? That's my favorite actually. Any Muhammadan when I take the second one, the religion have to be free from error. Anyone? Listen, we are putting Islam into test. And we are using your method, so you have no excuse. No error. Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? From no error religion. I like that. Anyone? So, the Muslims are very funny. They gave themselves a test and they gave themselves the grade. And they pass. Easy, They put the test, they examine the test by themselves, and they pass the test. That's a very tasty taste. Any Muhammadan agree to put Islam into the test which you Muslims giving us? Anyone? No contradiction, remember. Anyone? Nobody. That's amazing. I'm really surprised that all Muslims left Islam today. Looks like nobody agree with the testing test. Which Muslim he believe that the Quran has zero error? You know what? I will forgive the Quran for the first 10 errors. I will give you Muslim discount. The first 10 errors, we will not count them. What do you think? Okay, okay. 12. The first 12 errors discount. What do you think? I mean, come on. Okay, the first 50. Any Muhammadan? From page number 1 to the last page of the Quran, errors is all over. Look, this guy, he said that first, the Quran have to be claimed to be from God. Look what the chapter number 1 saying. In the name of Allah. How this is Quran from Allah, and then the verse saying in the name of Allah. I mean, do you see the stupidity? First, what is first condition? The scriptures have to claim to be from God. Okay. So this is from God, and then God, he say in the name of God. So who's talking? Hey, potatoes. If the Quran made by Allah, who is the one saying in the name of Allah? I mean, this is page number 1 in the Quran. Imagine Christian Prince talking to you, and then he say in the name of a Christian Prince. Hey guys, I have something to say to you in the name of a Christian Prince. Really? Seriously, yes. What do you want to say? Hold on, I cannot really say it to you. I'm going to ask my friend Zakir Naik to say it to you. Christian Prince, first of all, I will never speak in your name. Zakir Naik, you keep saying, look, even your God, you don't even talk. He says in the name of Allah. Who's talking there? Christian Prince, you are stupid. When Allah he said in the name of Allah, he doesn't mean it. So why he's saying in the name of Allah if you don't mean it? Exactly. Let me explain to you. First of all, this explanation is mentioned by my video number 25. Zakir Naik, that video does not exist in your page. Exactly. That's why I refer to it. So go and watch it and you can see the answer. Zakura, you just said it's not exist. What do you mean refer to it? Give me the answer. What kind of God? He says in the name of Allah, if he is the one who's talking. Any Muhammadan? So number 1, the scriptures have to say that this is a scriptures coming from God. And look, they're God saying, praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world. This is your God saying? Your God saying in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. And then he say, praise be to Allah. Allah saying, praise be to Allah. Are you sure? Any Abdul? We did not start yet with the Quran. I mean, this is first page. If we can quote the page, I mean, they call this as a chapter. Look how many words. And then you will notice something very silly and very stupid in this religion. See here, it says, in the name of Allah, the Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. The Muslim, they translate Ar-Rahman as a gracious and merciful, which is very weird translation, but I will go with it. But isn't this the same exactly mentioned here? Why you are repeating the same thing again? Guys, do you see the stupidity? Let me show you the screen. Hold on. You guys cannot see my screen. Oh boy. Opera. Okay. Where is, here we go. Ah. Now you guys, you can see it. Better than this. Any Mohammedan would like to explain to us the stupidity. So this is the scriptures that claim to be from the scriptures of God? Does it sound like this is God saying this is my scriptures, or this is somebody saying I was sent in the name of Allah? And this is his own words. Any Muhammadan? Not a 0, not a 1, not a 2. Nobody want to convert the Christians into Islam? Are you serious? I'm really disappointed. I thought you Muslims, you want to convert us, and it's very easy. You can do it so easy. Why? Why you don't do it? Why? What's wrong? What's missing? You lost your confidence? Mayday. Any Abdul, come and join us and make us look like a fool. Anyone? Remember, Quran is perfect, Islam is perfect, there is no error, there's no corruption, there's no stupid teaching, there's no scientific error, no historic error, no Arabic error. Any Muslim want to join us? Any Muhammadan? It's a shameful that we are waiting, challenging the Muhammadan, and they cannot come to the stage. We just opened the first page of the Quran, and as you see, it is laughable. How do Muslims explain this? They say to you, oh no, Allah is saying, pray like this. Show me where it says that. Go ahead, show me where it says, Allah, he says, pray like this. Like they asked Jesus, hey Lord, how to pray? He said, you say this, our Father out of heaven. Okay. Muslims, what is this? And why not all the Quran have it? As an example, the Quran of Ibn Masood don't have the chapter. This chapter, all of it is gone. Any Muhammadan? We want a Muslim to join us in this stage. Who would like to join us? Someone saying, continue reading it. Okay, it's the same stupid thing. Allah says, praise be to Allah. Allah saying, praise be to Allah. Allah saying, it is you who we worship. Allah saying, it is you who we worship. Guys, if you want to put your hand up, you are welcome, but put it only if you are a Muslim. Only if you are a Muslim.
Oh, I thought you... I wanted to ask a question because I'm a new Christian, but I guess only Muslims.
Okay, you are a new Christian. Why? You used to be a Muslim?
No. I used to be an atheist, but like I found God, and I just have like questions because I sometimes debate with Muslims, and
All right, go ahead.
they,
I will take your
yeah,
question.
so yeah, thank you. So they use the argument that the Bible has been changed, and I don't quite know how to reply to that.
All right. You will see the answer for that in front of you. You can step down. Thank you very much. You see, when a Muslim he say that the Bible been changed, that means he is saying the book of Allah is changed. Then we need to ask the Muslim, why Allah don't want to preserve his book? I thought Muslim, they say that Isa was a Muslim. Correct, guys? They say Isa was a Muslim. All right. So when Allah he sent the book, it's called the Torah to Moses, he sent the book of Muslims. To who? To the Muslims. When Allah he sent the Injil, which is supposed to be the Holy Gospel, he sent that book to the Muslim Isa. Okay. So why in the world a Muslim believe that Allah he sent the book to the Muslims and he could not preserve it? This is something we should use against them, not the opposite. It is us who should corner them with their stupidity. Because if Allah is the one who sent the Torah to Muslim, who is Moses is a Muslim according to them, Isa is a Muslim, okay. So why Allah is preserving his book to Muhammad, who is a Muslim, but he don't want to preserve his book to Moses or to Jesus, who supposedly is a Muslim? Is Allah favoring the Quran over his other books? So when the Muslim they say your book is corrupt, say to them, oh, you are saying the book sent by Allah is changed, corrupted. He will say to you, no. I'm talking about your book, Abdul. Don't you Muslims say that Allah is the one who sent the book? Yeah, but we're talking about your book. Abdul, listen. When you say my book is corrupt, I don't have a book. We Christians don't have a book. We have God words. We don't write books. We don't make books. This is God words. So if God is the one who sent the Torah, well, God is responsible for his book, not the one who is receiving the book. And this is what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying that Allah he sent the Torah. The Quran is saying Allah he sent the Injil. Okay. So then the question should be, how stupid it is to believe that there is a God who sent books to Muslims. Because all those books are sent to Muslims according to Muslims. Ask them, is Isa Muslim? They will say yes. Okay, so the Injil is Quran. It's the same message they say to us. So why Allah he did not preserve the same message he sent to Isa? Any Muslim would like to join us and tell us? Any Abdul? It is you Christians should ask them these questions, not the opposite. It's you who should corner them. Secondly, I hope you are taking notes. You need to ask the following question. Is the Bible corrupted against Allah's will or by Allah's will? Any Muslim want to answer this question? If the Bible is corrupted, which is sent by Allah, was it corrupted by Allah's will or against his will? Who is a Muhammadan? He can answer this question and he will get from me a candy as a donation. I will open it for you. Do you hear the sound? I'm opening it. Open your mouth. If you can open it, you give me the answer. Was it corrupted according to Allah's will or against Allah's will? The candy is here. 1, 2, 3. I will take it. Okay. Who is a brave Muslim can answer this question? If the Muslim he say against Allah's will, that means Allah he cannot make his will happen. And this is what destroy Allah claim and Muslim claim that Allah is almighty. If they say, according to Allah will, that's mean Allah is the one who corrupted the book. So which one you choose, you are a loser. And Abdul, evil laugh. You hear nothing. You should see your prophet when he laughed. When the women, she said to Muhammad, how I'm going to give breastfeeding for adult and he is a grown man. The hadith says the prophet, he laughed until his teeth came out. Ha 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 ha. I know he is a growing man. Look, what the heck? Breastfeeding for adult is coming from the preserved religion of Islam. Any Muhammadan? By the way, the Quran is preserved, but we cannot find the verses of a breastfeeding for adult in the Quran. Why? Because the goat ate it. Any Abdul? Look at them. Look at the disability. They don't dare to stand for what they just claim. They don't. Any Muhammadan? So next time a Muslim, he asks you a question saying your book is corrupted, get him busted. Says, you mean the book Allah he sent to Isa the Muslim? Well, if this is true, that means your Allah could not protect his book. So what's my problem? This is your God problem. If Allah, he allowed the book to be corrupted, that means Allah is a partner on the crime. If Allah don't want the book to be corrupted, that means Allah is not almighty. And anyone can challenge him and destroy his words. Any Muhammadan? Anyone? What kind of God he will not protect his book? Why? What's wrong? Any Muslim can tell us? Same time the Quran have contradiction about this, because if we read the Quran, we will see that the Quran saying that Allah and Muhammad confirming the book we have between our hands. How the Muslim, they explain the stupid Quran? They say, no, he don't mean it, all of it. He mean some of it. Huh? I thought the Quran is a miracle and the Arabic there is so clear. Where it says some of it, and look at the translation here. And when the scriptures came to them from Allah confirming what they have, although previously they were seeking victory against. What? It says in Arabic, مُصَدِّقٌ لِمَا مَعَهُمْ, believing, not only confirming, believing in what is with them. Never take a Muslim translation for anything. They are a bunch of liars, like their prophet. Every Muslim is a liar until he proved the opposite. Look, we just changed the translator. Look what happened. And when there come to them, who? Between two brackets, which means it's not in the Quran. The Jews, a book between what? The bracket, the Quran. From Allah confirming what is with them. And then just to show you how stupid the translator, it says here the Jews, and then it says confirming what is with them, the Injil and the Gospel. The Jews, they have Gospel. They have Injil, you idiot. So why you are saying Jews? Do you see how stupid they are when they translate? So the Quran confirmed the book which is with us, regardless if it is the Torah or the Injil. Then a stupid Abdul, he come to a Christian who do not know much about Islam. He says to him, your book is corrupted. 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 Your book is You, Christian, should chase the Muslim with this question, not the opposite. It's you. You should start saying, hey, hey, come to us and tell us about the laughable story that your God, he sent his Islamic books to Moses, to Isa, and he could not protect his book. Let us laugh. What happened? Any Muhammadan? Who is a brave Muhammadan would like to join us? We have the guideline for any debate you wish, made by your brother. Which translation is better? None. When a Muslim, my friend, you don't listen. I said every Muslim is a liar until he proved the opposite. I never saw a Muslim is not a liar. No Muslim will tell you Islam as it is. They will lie. The translation of the Quran is not meant to translate, but to defend Islam and to promote Islam. This is why they hide the true meaning and they add things is not there. And by the way, when you see the Muslims adding too much brackets, do you know what is that telling us? A failure of the author of the Quran. Because why I need to put the word Jews? Because simply the Quran is confusing. Why I need to put the Quran? Because if we don't, the Quran is confusing. Why I need to put the word Torah or Gospel or Injil? If it's not there, why you want to put it? Because the Quran need additional words to make it a little bit make sense. Are you with me? If the Quran is written by Allah, then you do not need to add anything to it, because supposedly Allah is all capable of making his book clear. Do we agree? We add things, and remember, it's Muslims who speak about the miraculous language, etc. It's not us, you know. We don't talk about miraculous language in the Hebrew or in the Greek book. No, we don't. What this is about, miraculous? Should we worship Shakespeare? There's many very fantastic writers. Their language is so good. So if somebody has skills in language, he is God. And then when we check the Quran, we will find it very laughable and very stupid. Arabic is wrong. History is wrong. Science is wrong. Grammar is wrong. And even the order of the Quran is wrong. Any Muhammadan? Mayday, mayday. Anyone? Yeah, I mentioned Shakespeare. By the way, Al-Qaddafi, he was making a speech, the ex-president of Libya, the one who got killed, and they put something in his anus when he was dying. Those filthy, you know, they raped the guy. Did you watch the video? They raped the guy. They raped him. This is how filthy this religion is. I mean, okay, he's your enemy. Why you are raping him? So he was making a speech in front of kings and presidents in Africa. And those kings, all of them, he gave them check, and they voted that he is the king of kings of Africa. The king of kings of Africa. Every president in Africa, he agreed that Al-Qaddafi is the king of kings of Africa. All of them, they received big check of millions of dollars. Anyway, welcome to Africa. It's the same as the Middle East. So Al-Qaddafi, he said, Shakespeare is an Arab. A real name Shakespeare. Sheikh Isber. The word democracy is coming from the word democracy, which means bring the chairs. So in his speech, he claimed that Shakespeare is a sheikh. His real name is Sheikh Isbar. Islam, you know, Muslims, what you can say. And he have money. Who's going to argue? Anyone want to argue? Give him a check. You know, actually, when I was a student in a university, a job I did, it was maybe, like, let's say, the first job as a student during, like, my study. I used to correct Arabic in the newspaper. So we go at night, and we stay, like, late at night to fix the newspaper, grammar mistakes, Arabic mistakes. So I have to read, because of my job, I have to read a big part of the newspaper. You know, not only me, there's many. I mean, so everyone, he give him few articles to correct. And, you know, in certain time, like by 2 a.m., everybody have to be done so they can print the newspaper. So I was reading article after article attacking Al-Qadhafi. The newspaper, they keep attacking Al-Qadhafi. How bad he is, how Libya is in horrible shape, how this guy is wasting the money of the country. And then one day, I did read an article saying how amazing he is, how he made Libya green, how amazing his book, it's called The Green Book. Al-Qadhafi, he took the Quran from schools and he forbid children from learning any book except the book is called The Green Book. This is his book. So I asked the guy that is in charge, the editor. So I said, what happened? You know, we were attacking the Qadhafi every article, and now we are saying great things about him. He said, well, the boss, he received a big check from the Libyan embassy. He received big check. So those newspapers, they attack certain names. They do it on purpose. So they can force you to send a check and shut you up. As long as you are sending checks, they don't speak against you, they praise you. So today we receive a check from the Libyan embassy. So from now on, until the check is expired, Al-Qadhafi is a good guy. That is journalism, which is nothing but vandalism. Do we have any Mohammed that would like to join us? Anyone? Anybody? What happened? No Muslim want to prove to us. Listen, Abdul, listen carefully. Brothers, sisters, Allahu Akbar. Your brother, he put Islam into test. Not me. I'm serious. I'm seriously serious. Look what happened. Any Muslim?
It's even necessary for you to accept that the God has to exist. Okay, moving forward now, we're talking about which religion and this and that.
Your brother, the Abdul, he
right?
put Islam into test.
Important point is this.
Testy,
all of these
testy.
religions agree on certain attributes of God. Like the God is all-powerful, all-knowing, merciful, just, wise. These are all attributes that all religions agree upon. Also, these religions make claims. What you have to do to find out which religion is true is that you investigate and you test these religions one by one.
I like it when a Muslim is logical.
It can be applied to any scripture in order for you to know it's from God or not. First, the scripture has to claim
I mean,
it's from
come
God.
on. This is a religion of
it has
logic.
to say, I'm from God.
First, God has to claim that this is the
From
scriptures.
the divine or not, right? Second thing, I would say it has to be free from errors and contradictions. Because God
And then free from
himself,
errors.
the world has no physical contradictions on a macro level that we see with our eyes.
It doesn't make sense if a book have error to be from
by
God.
definition, by agreement of all of those religions, so he cannot be contradicting himself.
And then
also the scripture
Allah is all
has
knowing.
to be preserved from the source.
Yeah, Allah, he
wherever
knows
that
everything,
source is.
even where the sun set.
So if the scripture comes from 100 years ago, it has to be preserved. 1,000 years ago, it has to be preserved from that time.
All of us, we know the Quran is preserved
to have it from that time.
in the belly of the
we need to have
goat.
a way to come back to the source. Okay? Have a method that we can use to come
Forget
back
about
to
the holes in the
source,
narrative.
right? And the last thing, it has to have some sort of a divine evidence that is from God. Something that you and me
Any
cannot
Muhammadan?
do. that that prophet or messenger would be
Divine
able to
evidence,
do
like
that
miracles?
only God
Muhammad
does,
have tons
or,
of miracles.
or something that is a miracle.
I mean, the
from our,
miracles is
basically,
when Muhammad
for
he
lack of a
woke,
better term.
he
Something that
had to
we
wear a
cannot
diaper because
do,
of how
something we
many
cannot
miracles
imitate
they
and
dripped
make
from
or
him.
do something like it. So now, looking at the first few criteria, even leaving the last one, looking at the
Any
first few
Muhammadan?
criteria, you've already disqualified, if not all, most
Hello?
of the religions in the world other than Islam, having a scripture which is preserved from the time. And why do we say that?
We agree, we agree.
Actually, because if it's not preserved, if it's changed,
Any
I would
Muslim?
not know what's from God and what's from man.
Okay.
I would not know if I'm doing what God wants from me or not. If the scripture does not, if the scripture does
Any
not claim
Muslim
it's from
sheikh
God,
with beard?
then why would I even put that, impose the idea on the scripture? So he has to claim it's from God.
Hmm.
And contradictions, we already mentioned that God doesn't make any contradictions. So wouldn't you agree these criteria?
What is from God, what's from man? And look, this Christian prince is challenging the Muslim to put their own Islam into test. Who dare? Abdul, who dare? Do you? Any Muhammadan? Mayday, mayday. What you will do now? You will take a hike and take a rocket? Would you flee? Or accept that challenge? Who is a Muslim would like to accept that challenge? You can join us in Discord in a second, and you can get us busted. And you can choose any of the 5 items your brother in the religion of Allah he chosen for us to examine the faith. We will see together if Islam can pass the test, which is made by Muslims. Any Muhammadan? Nobody. This is very embarrassing, by the way, because those people, they have big mouth. The second is, okay, if this program run by someone like, you know, those American who knows nothing about Islam, you will see the Muslim lined up to get you busted. This guy potato himself. I went to his channel and I asked him, I don't know how many times, 30 times? You guys remember the video? We have the video. I asked him 30 times, even though he's just a kid for me. But just to show everybody and put them in there, I went to Zakir Naik channel, you remember? Zakir Naik have heart attack. I called Mimi Hijab. What he did? Shut up. Said, you know, bastard, you know, hang up on him, bastard. And Muhammad Hijab, he told the Muslim he can debate me. Did you say that Muslims have AIDS? Hey, Abdul, you Muslims are #1 sex tourists in the world. Can you deny that? Abdul, according to Google, peace be upon him, Pakistan is pornistan. It's #1 country in the world searching for sex with donkey. Can you deny that? So they cannot debate me. Did you say this? Your sister, she said, you Christians, your women, they have a lot of AIDS. That's why Christian Prince is single. You see how filthy they are? They cut the video, they play with it. Did you say that? Hang up on him. And supposedly this will bring victory. Hey, Mohammed, and how are you doing? I mean, #1 sex tourist in the world is Muslims. Can you deny it? Even your heaven is about sex. Okay, when you go to heaven, what is your tourism is about? Any Muslim can tell me how a Muslim have fun in heaven? Is it true that the major entertainment is vagina? Yes or no? What is the major entertainment in the heaven of Allah? Am I lying? Sex. So you are #1 sex tourist in this earth, and you go to heaven, you are a sex tourist in the Allah house. You go from room to do boom boom. The boom doom cult. How much the Muslims they buy every year Viagra? Why it's not working? Yes, it's not. Like Muhammad. Any Abdul? You know, do you know that Muhammad, he claimed that his penis was not working? This is a miracle, by the way. When the Muslim, this guy, he said in the video, he says that the one who have a religion, he have to come with the miracle. Okay. I mean, I like that. And then if we check the miracles, we will find that one of them only, not many. Muhammad, he claimed that his penis was not working. And then he invoked Allah. And then Allah, he sent him a dish of shish kebab. He ate it and he got the power of 40 men. Any Muhammadan can accuse me of lying? Huh? The Muslims, they have articles about the impossible ability of a Prophet Muhammad in boom boom. Let me show you an example just to show you how pervert this cult is. This is an example. I will use Google translation. The ability of Prophet, peace be upon him, to have frequent sexual intercourse is something extraordinary. I mean, can you find such a thing, any article in the world about someone they claim to be a prophet except the faith of Islam? This is an article about how amazing Muhammad is. Can you believe it? And then, question, was the messenger of Allah, peace be plus in the prayer Allah on him, endowed with a strength equal to the strength of 40 men? What? Muhammad, he have the power of 40 men in boom boom? Why not 41? So he have the power of 40 men, but he could not make one baby. Looked like he was shooting blank. Or maybe he put it in the wrong hole. Maybe in his wife nose. You never know. Maybe he put it in the disposal machine. I mean, Muhammad, he cannot see when he get horny. He just put it in any hole in front of him. So Muhammad, he got the power of 40, brother. This is how you know a prophet of God. What? And by the way, Muslims, how you power his, when they say 40 horse. There is a way to measure it. What do you mean 40 men? What do you, did you Muslim have a race like you brought 40 men and you brought Muhammad and then you said to them, when we start the whistle, you start, boom, boom. And then Muhammad, he was able to have sex more than all the 40 men. Start. There again, then there again. This is Islam. This is the, look at this. Brother sister, Islam is perfect. Muhammad is perfect himself. Look at his penis. And then look at the answer. You want to see the answer? The answer is even more hilarious. The messenger, Allah pray on him and his family and his companion, as for as what follow. Al-Bukhari narrated in his Sahih, in his authority of Anas, may Allah, peace be upon him. He said, the Prophet, may Allah pray on him, he used to boom boom his wife, not visit, within 1 hour of the day. What? Muhammad, he if all, excuse my language, he if all his wives in 1 hour? I mean, the guy, according to Muslims, he have 18. Some they say 13, whatever number you want. Some they say, no, at that time he have only 9, whatever number you want. Muhammad, he F all his wives in 1 hour? To be honest with you, me myself, I cannot do that. I need 1 hour and 2 seconds. Muhammad, he did beat me. Me, I cannot make it more. I need 1 hour and 2 seconds. Muhammad, he do it in 1 hour. By the way, it's not 1 hour. When in Arabic it says sa'a, it's 20 minutes. It's between 15 to 20 minutes. Sa'a today is used as an hour, but in the time of Muhammad, they use the word sa'a in the meaning of between 15 to 20 minutes. Short period. So Muhammad, he effed all his wives in less than 20 minutes. I cannot do that. I have to be honest with you. 20 minutes and 2 seconds, 20 minutes and 3 seconds. I mean, I cannot do what Muhammad can do. Why your prophet was a rabbit? I mean, the guy, he have orgasm in 2 seconds? Are you saying to me Muhammad have orgasm before even he unzip? And then we continue reading. They said here, wow. I said to Anas, oh, how he can able to tolerate it? He have no idea what Muhammad he have. He have the hammer of Thor. What are you talking about, man? Muhammad, even he used to use his penis to conquer. Like once there's a house of a Jew and the house door was so thick. Do you know what Muhammad did? He grabbed his penis. He hit the door. The door was smashed in a second. Like boink, is gone. And then he said, we were talking that it was the strength of 30. By the way, the Muslims are confused about the number because one hadith says 40, one hadith says 30. I mean, depends what Muhammad says. I mean, that's it, 30, 40. And the funny is, all of those is reported usually from Aisha. And I do not know how Aisha, she was able to compare between the power of Muhammad in bed and other men power, if she was supposedly a virgin. To make it simple for you, if your wife, she never slept with any man in her life, and then she says, you are the best ever, ever I met. Obviously, your wife, she was a virgin. I mean, there's no question about it. Isn't it obvious? Huh? If your wife, she says such a thing, how in the world she knew? If she never have any, You want the link for this one? Okay, I'm going to post it in Ramble because YouTube don't allow me to post long link. Maybe the admin there, they can post it in YouTube. They have to shorten the link. All right, I post it in Ramble. And I will post it in Discord. And then people, they can post it for you. And then they continue here saying, and they are giving you more reference. Look at this. More reference. Does praising the abundance of sexual intercourse of the Prophet, may Allah pray on him and grant him prayer, have a religious benefit? Hey Muslims, if Muhammad if all his wives in 20 minutes, that have a religious benefit? What is that? Or mental benefit? or what? Or mental benefit that no one expect the prophets they can share with him. I said yes. Rather, it is one of his Sunni miracle. Look at the miracle of Muhammad. It's his miracle, brother. Is it me who's saying that? It's you, Muslims. The miracle of Muhammad, he can have sex with all his wives in less than 20 minutes. That's deep. That's deep. S-S-S-H-I-T. Any Muhammadan? And look, even if you read more, guys, you will see how stupid this religion. They say that the strength of the Prophet was because he eat a lot. What? Really? Ah. It's the result of excessive eating? I converted, that's it. I can't stop. This is really, that's it. We got Islam tested now. We have to be honest. We got Islam tested. And Prophet Muhammad, he eat a lot, and he if a lot. And yet, those Christians and Hindus and whatever, they refuse such a prophet who eat a lot. He do excessive eating, so he can accomplish excessive effing. And yet they deny such a miracle. Any Muhammadan. If this article written by a Christian prince, isn't all Muslim will say this is a lie? It doesn't say that, CP. Well, this is their website, and those are their sheikhs, and this is where the Muslim, they get answers. Fatwa, you see, it says fatwa. Islamweb.net. Question about the ability of the Prophet to do a lot of effing. So this Abdul, he was doing meditation with that, and thinking about the penis of Muhammad. What kind of penis my Prophet he has? This is a penisy penis. I don't know, Muslims, I heard it was a peanut. Because based on what I read, your Prophet could not accomplish anything with his penis. Where is his babies? If Muhammad was doing non-stop boom boom, where is the result of the boom boom? In fact, in the hadith, it says that the Prophet used to imagine himself having sexual intercourse. Is that true? He imagined. In fact, everything Muhammad did was an imagination. Read it. Remember this guy, Potato, Muslim run. He was saying we have to find a method to prove the scriptures. What is the method? Al-Bukhari. Al-Bukhari proved to us that Muhammad was mentally ill. It's in front of you. When I was in the army, I was doing my paper. I'm done, the USA Army. So, you go through process. You have to do it. It's a must. So, there was a guy there. So I said, thank God you finished your service. He said, no, I did not even do anything. I was dismissed. I said, why? He said, a mental health issue. I forgot, I think it's chapter 16, I don't know, chapter 16, 17, something in the army. So he said, I said, what happened? Sorry to hear that. He said, I hear voices. And that was a reason to dismiss him, because this guy, he might start shooting, he might think there's an enemy around. So they dismiss him right away. So a soldier in the army was dismissed, even though everything around about him physically looked so good. But he hear voices. He have a mental issue. You know, having mental issue is not a shameful thing. It's not your fault. So we are not making fun of a man who have a mental issue. No. But this guy, he claimed that he is a prophet of God, yet he imagined that he had done a thing. In fact, he did not. So now how we can trust Muhammad that he was receiving Quran from Allah if this guy is living a delusionate life? Do you see how dangerous what this is in front of you? If I say to you, I imagine things happening to me, how now we can accept Muhammad saying to us that an angel came to him, he squeezed him, he spoke to him, he took him to seven heaven, if their own source, which is very authentic, confirming that Muhammad was a delusional and he was living a fiction life, and he think it's real. Like, you know, all of us, we might see dreams. You know? Not might. I see dreams always. Like once I saw myself dreaming. I was dreaming where? I think I was in the heaven of Allah. I'm not sure. I forgot really where I was. Yeah. And there was like 10,000 women waiting for me. And all of them looked the same. I said hello. All of them, they said to me hello back. I say, which one of is my wife? All of them, they said, it's us. Me. 10,000. I don't know. I mean, maybe more than 10,000. I could not count, you know, because I have only 10 fingers. And then all of them, they have the same face, the same voice, the same eyes, the same name. I was really confused. And then I said to myself, which one I start with first? So I start with the first one from the right. It turned to be that right in heaven is wrong. So I grabbed the wrong one. She said, it's not my turn yet. Okay. The second one, not my turn yet. The third one, not my turn right yet. Oh, what the heck? So I give up and went back home. I woke up. I found myself still in my bed. True story. Hey, Muslims, this is your prophet who you say the proof of Islam, he imagining himself doing things, in fact, he never done. Any Muhammadan? This is your prophet? Yeah, they will say to you, weak hadith. This is al-Bukhari. This is why it's people like those from Senegal, they call me. They say we don't accept the hadith written by the Arab. Written by the Arab? Is that bad? Oh yeah, it's very bad. Well, Muhammad was Arab too. And I am an Arab supposedly too. Man, that's very bad. Disgusting. Do we have any Muhammadan? Until now, zero Muhammadan, he dared to come and use the test which made by Muslim. Each time a Muslim he come here, I'm going to play for you this video and you choose one item of the 5 items your potato brother he chose for us. Mayday. Anyone? Any Muhammadan? Nobody? I mean, I don't know why the Christians still they are arguing about Muhammad. Muhammad in his book, he found where the sun set. That's alone enough. It's set in a spring of murky water. The Muslims, they try to fix it. They start adding words to the Quran. Do you see the Quran, the preserved Quran? They say he thought. They say it appear. They say it's from his perspective. I mean, the Quran never. Quran is true. Anyone want to join us? Are you a Muslim? Guys, if you are a Muslim, join us. Not, why you want to join us? Yes, John, what do you want?
P, about the fatwa you send us, I translated it to Greek, and
Okay.
it says that Allah prayer to Muhammad. How can God send prayer to a man?
Well, you know, Allah, okay, you know, you have to put in your, like in your mind that Allah, he need the blessing of Muhammad, so he prayed to Muhammad, so Muhammad, he can bless Allah.
That is insane, my friend. That is very, very stupid.
No, no, no. Muhammad is more important than Allah. Don't you know the hadith? It says, the hadith is called Lawlaka.
I don't know that, my friend. Can you show us?
You do not know Lawlaka? How you can, you're still alive? Guys, this guy, how you can, okay, hold on. I'm serious now. How you can even make babies without hadith Lawlaka?
That's why I'm not making babies.
How you can even digest food without hadith Lawlaka? I don't know how those Christians, they can live. They don't know the hadith which is Lawlaka. Let us see Lawlaka together. Step down and I will show you Lawlaka, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CP.
All right. Let me show you hadith Lawlaka and then you understand how Muhammad is so important. Question. Hadith of Lawlaka ma khalaqta al-aflak. What the heck is that? Translation, please. If not you, Muhammad, I would not have created the creation, said Allah. That's deep. So now we understand why Allah, he prayed to Muhammad and he prayed on Muhammad. Muhammad is the reason of everything. The whole universe is created for one simple reason, Muhammad. Allah existence itself, why Allah exists? For the sake of Muhammad. Read with me. So the guy is asking a question. Is it true? Is this hadith, is it true? The answer is saying, yes. What they do respect, respected ulama means scholars, of the religion and Sharia, religion of Islam and the Islamic, teaching, say about this hadith. Hadith means speech. لولا كما خلقت الأفلاك. If not you, Muhammad, I did not create the creation. Are there other hadith that support this narration? The answer, look, guys, look at the answer. Indeed. What the heck? Indeed. Hey, by the way, is my voice too high? Is my microphone too high? You guys? Does it hurt your ears when because I know my voice is ugly. Good? All right. So I'm trying to avoid singing. I don't want to hurt your throat. I mean your ears. I'm so confused these days. I'm a Muslim. I don't know the difference between a throat and ears. What the heck? Did I convert to Islam? I think so. So indeed, the Prophet of Allah, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. What the heck? Indeed. That's a lot of indeed, my friend. Is the reason for what? For the creation. If. Indeed. Hey Muslims, is that really indeed? Is that where the name Didat is coming from? Didi Didat? Didi Do? Scooby Doo? I'm serious now. So indeed the reason the whole world is created is for the sake of Muhammad. And if there is no Muhammad, there is no universe, no Christian Prince too. No my old TV or old car. All of this exists because of Muhammad. What else? What else? He says, indeed, if not Prophet of Allah, the creation of Adam, if no Adam. Why Allah created Adam? For the sake of Muhammad. Do you see it? Yeah. Grandfather Adam, why you are created? Question, Prince. I'm talking to Adam. Why Zakir Naik is answering? What's happening here? Question, Prince. First of all, Adam, he landed in Sri Lanka. Therefore, he speaks like me. Hold on. Adam, he landed in Sri Lanka? Exactly. Do you mean Sri Lanka? Okay, how he came to Mecca, supposedly, you know? Oh boy. Everything in Islam is coming from God. There's no question about that. Neither Allah, neither Muhammad, neither Muslim, they lie. Everything they say is true. I'm telling you, if somebody is lying to you, saying it's not true, tell him to shut up. All those stories, they pass the test and they are true. Hold on. Let me show you. Because some of you might not believe unless you hear it. Like the farting of a Muslim. Oh, this is so loud. Hold on, sorry. Hold on.
Said that there is a possibility that that is the place.
Hold
We
on.
don't know for certain that that spot is the place, but now, if you go there, Salam nazala fil Hind. He came down in what is known as the Indo-Pak subcontinent.
Hold on.
Free land. He was.
Let us go from the beginning, so you guys, you don't miss the story. Yeah, we don't want to distort the story. You have to hear it from the beginning. Action.
From amongst those. Now, when we look at Adam alayhi salam, he came down onto the earth. He was sent to the earth. There's a question. Where did he land?
Where?
He wasn't just thrown so that suddenly he landed.
Yeah.
He dropped. But Allah placed him on the earth.
Oof.
This we find in the narration of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where he says that Adam alayhi salam nazala fil Hind.
Oof.
He came down in what is known as the Indo-Pak subcontinent.
Ah,
Precisely Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
There is a mount there.
Precisely. I mean, who can beat that? And then Adam, he did 40-time Hajj to Mecca, but Sri Lanka is an island. So how Adam was able to cross the sea, and this is the first man, and then go all the way to Mecca? Any Muslim? Sri Lanka? Like not Iraq, not like Ethiopia, not Europe. I mean, come on, Sri Lanka, it's an island. You Muslims. Where Muhammad, he got the reference from this. And remember, the Muslim, they say, we check everything to be sure is true. And this is after they check that it's true. Now, who of you can beat that truth? Anyone here from Sri Lanka? If you are from Sri Lanka, guess what? You have the right to inherit the phone of Adam, the first phone. iPhone 1. And his ship. How the guy, he went to Saudi Arabia 40 times. And why he keep going? Why somebody want to go to Mecca and come back to Sri Lanka? Why somebody want to leave the green land, beautiful land of Sri Lanka and go to a desert where nothing live except the snakes? Anyone here live in Arizona? Who here from Arizona? Give me one if you are from Arizona. I have an offer for you if you are from Arizona. What about you and me? We start a business. We build a Kaaba from the rocks of Arizona desert. And we invite Muslims from around the world, and we spread rumors that we found this Kaaba was built by Adam, peace be upon him, from the time of Adam. Do you know how much money we can make? So what if you say, if the Muslim, they say to you how he was able to go all the way to Arizona? Well, Allah, he landed him there. Okay, how he come to all 40 times to Mecca? My friend, Allah can help him. Who is a Muslim? And the funny, they say to you that we Muslims, we check the facts. Nobody have a big mouth as the Muslims when they speak about facts. It's a fact. By the way, just to show you that Muslims are Antichrist. According to Muslims, even Jesus was created for the sake of Muhammad. Can you believe how filthy this cult is? Not only they say Adam was not created except for the sake of Muhammad and the universe, they make it clear, Muhammad, he claimed that Allah told him that the Messiah was created for the sake of Muhammad. Do you see all those references? If not Muhammad, the Messiah is not created. Everything is created for the sake of Muhammad. Look at the reference in front of you. And they say to us, Muhammad is just a prophet for us. But as you see here, the main reason for Allah, even the chair of Allah, the throne of Allah, was created for the sake of Muhammad. Anyone knows why? Why Allah, he created the throne for himself, for the sake of Muhammad? What is the connection? You see here it says Arsh. Arsh in Arabic mean, it's not Arabic word actually, it is a throne, same as Kursi is not an Arabic word. So the Arsh, the throne, the chair of Allah, the tablet of Allah, Lawh mean tablet, and Qalam, which mean pen, which is not Arabic too. The sky, the earth, the heaven, the trees, the stone, everything is created for the sake. But why Allah, throne and chair, is created for the sake of Muhammad? Exactly, the one who answered, to write graffiti on it. Allah, he wrote the name of Muhammad. So Allah, he created his chair so he can write the name of Muhammad on it. No, this is Sunni, this is not Shia. Shia believe in the same thing, by the way. Shia, they believe that everything created for the sake, not only for Muhammad, they create for the sake of the family, the whole family, Ali and Fatima, etc. In fact, the Shia, they believe that the one who created the heaven is Fatima. The one who created the heaven is Fatima. Fatima is not even Allah. Do we have any Muhammadan here who would like to join us? For how long we are here and not a single Muslim he would like to join us? What's going on? Hey guys, do you think Muslims are not confident enough? Me, myself, I don't think so. I think Muslims, they can answer us so easy. Easy teasy. They can challenge you. They can defeat
even
you.
necessary for you to accept that the God has to exist. Okay, moving forward now, we're talking about which
Any
religion.
Muhammadan?
That all depends on the evidences, right? Important point is this: all of these religions agree on certain attributes of God, like the God is all-powerful, all-knowing, merciful, just, wise. These are all attributes that all religions agree
Anyone?
on. Also, these religions make claims.
Look at
what
the
you
wisdom.
have to do to find out which religion is the truth is that you
That's
investigate
amazing.
and you test these
That's so
religions
beautiful.
one by one. And I usually give this criteria. It can be applied to any scripture in order for you to know it's from God or not. First, the scripture has to claim it's from God.
Allah,
It
the scriptures
has
have
say,
to
"I'm
claim to be from
in order
God.
for you to even
Amazing.
consider it to might be from the divine.
That's it.
or not,
Anyone
right?
claim to be
Second
from
thing, I would
God,
say
that's it.
It has to be free from errors and contradictions.
Number two,
Because God does not contradict.
free of
God,
error.
the world has
Quran.
no physical
Who is the book is
contradictions
free from
on a
error?
macro
The
level
Quran.
that we see with our eyes.
Obvious.
And God's all-knowing by definition, by agreement.
There's no
of
way
all of
a book
those
from God
religions,
is
so
full
he
of
cannot
errors.
be contradicting himself.
And God,
also the
you have to be
scripture
all-knowing.
has to
Yes,
be
Allah, He
preserved
knows
from the
everything.
source,
Like as
wherever
an
that
example,
source
where the
is.
semen is coming from,
So if the scripture comes
and
from
how the baby is
100 years
made,
ago, it has to,
and where the sun
preserved
set,
from that time. 1,000 years ago,
where the
it has to
sun
be preserved
rise,
from that time. 10,000
Gog
years,
and
we need
Magog,
to have it from that time.
and the
We
list
need to
goes
have a
on.
way to come back to the source. Okay?
There's no way
Method
God
that
is
we
God,
can
but you do not know
use to come back to
where
the
things
source,
are created
right?
from.
And the last thing, it has to have some sort of a divine evidence that is from God. Something that
Any
you and me
Muhammadan?
cannot do. That prophet or messenger would be able
Divine
to do.
evidence.
That
Like
only
what?
God
Like
does,
miracles.
or
Muhammad, you have
something
tons
that
of miracles.
is a miracle from our, basically,
We
for
just
a
showed
lack
you
of
one.
better
He
term.
can
Something that we
F
cannot
all
do,
his
something we
wives
cannot
in less than
imitate
20
and make
minutes.
or do something like it. So now, looking at the
This is
first few
divine.
criteria, even leaving the last one, looking at the first few criteria,
Okay, we have
we've already disqualified,
this
if not
lady.
all, most of the
Poor
religions
woman.
in the world other than Islam, having a scripture which is preserved from the time. And why
Go
would we
ahead,
say that's a
Strawberry. What do you want to
necessity,
say to
right?
us?
Because if it's not preserved, if it's changed, I would not know what's from God and what's from man.
It's
I would
regarding
not
the
know if I'm doing what
narration
God
that
wants from
you
me or not.
mentioned
If the
yesterday
scripture does not,
about
yeah,
Mary
if the
being
scripture
married
does
to
not claim it's from
Muhammad
God,
and
then why would I even put that and
happened.
impose the idea on the
And
scripture?
the
So it has
same
to
was
be
in
from God. And
Sam
contradictions, we
Shimmer's
already
article
mentioned that God
about the
doesn't do
Hurries
any
and
contradictions.
Mary.
So wouldn't you
And
agree
I
these
looked into
criteria
the
are fair?
chain narration, and all of them seem to be weak.
We solved the problem. It's weak. You know, the Muslim, they were just saying that in Islam we have reference, we have a proof of things. So who is the one who say it's weak? Who is the one who said that they used to be with Muhammad?
No, they don't say that. The first narrator is weak, somebody in the middle. Like for every narration, there's like
Okay.
there seems to be a weak narrator.
Okay, I will go with you. So if the hadith is weak, is that accepted or rejected?
Supporting it, like backing it up, then yeah, the narration is strong regardless of like the even if the isnad,
weak
the
hadith,
particular isnad is weak.
weak hadith is a good grade. So let us say there's A, B, C. A is very clear and there's no doubt about it. B, it's clear and there's many evidence. C, there's no evidence to dispute it. So do they have any evidence to dispute? No. That's why it's written in the book, and that's why it's called weak. No one can dispute it and say never happened, never said. But they don't have enough reference to make it more popular, like how many people reported the story. Same time, you know, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mentioned to you 1,000 stories. This is the story will make Muhammad bad or good only? Okay, when Muhammad, he said, or Aisha, she said, that the Prophet had sex with me when I was 6 years old, because now we are talking about sexuality. Was that a strong hadith or weak hadith?
Sahih Bukhari, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's from Bukhari, yeah.
So what if it's al-Bukhari? So this is very funny. So now anything in al-Bukhari is sahih, right?
No, in Sahih Bukhari is Sahih.
Al-Bukhari is sahih. Okay, you know what? I'm going to show you something, and you help me. Let us see. Do you see my screen? Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So a man, he asked your prophet, as you see the story here, about the sunset, where the sun goes every day. This is Sahih Muslim. I can show you al-Bukhari. but it's the same. He said, do you know where the sun goes? I replied, they replied, Allah and his apostle knows best. The Prophet said, verily it the sun glides till it's reached the resting place under the throne. Do you agree with that?
I don't think that's meant to be literal.
But they are talking about the real sun. In the time of the sunset. Guys, it's not really, that's not what he meant. He is saying, do you know where the sun goes? How that is not really real? Like, where you get the conclusion, this is not about the sun going.
Even in the Quran, it says that Alexander the Great, I mean, those
You see, no, don't change topic. We will go to the Quran later. You said it's not like literally. Where do you get the conclusion from? How fast the conclusion come to you? I mean, how you know this is not really what he meant? Is that because this is stupid, so you decide to say that right away?
No, I've heard people debate this particular topic before, and a lot
Okay,
of them seem to agree.
how they come to the conclusion? Those who debate.
They must have referred to scholars.
What scholars? This is your prophet. There's someone is higher than him. So you Muslim, you take what scholars they say, or what your prophet said.
All the prophets never said that everything that he said has to be like literally taken.
Okay, when somebody says to me, we should not take it literally, did Muhammad say such a thing, that this is not literally? If we cannot take what Muhammad say literally, even when he is talking about a physical object, then who knows what Muhammad he meant? Anyone can say he means something else. And just to show you how silly what you just said, he said, then it falls and prostrate and remain there. What remain there mean if it is not literally? Remain there until it's asked to rise up and go to the place where it came. This is, remember, this is, you said that the Muslims explained it to you saying this is not literally. The sun remain where? Not literally.
It can be a figure of speech just referring to the daily cycle, the sun setting and the sun rising. It's just a metaphor.
So we are talking about the sun rising, the sun setting. So Muhammad is lying to them because he is saying it goes, but he don't mean it goes. It doesn't go nowhere. So he's giving a false example. Does the sun goes or the sun doesn't go?
It doesn't literally go down anywhere.
Did Muhammad he say in his speech, in whole speech, did he say anywhere this is not literally what I meant? When he say it fall down under the throne and prostrate and remain there until it's asked to rise up. I want to go with you. So the sun rise up, not literally, remain there, not literally. What does that mean? If it's metaphorical, that means there's a meaning. Tell me the meaning.
Well, it's not explicitly said that's literal or metaphorical, but
you keep repeating yourself. I'm asking you. If this is metaphorically, what does that mean? When I say metaphorical, it's mean there's a meaning. I'm trying to explain something. So Muhammad is trying to explain what? He said the sun remained there until it's asked to rise.
Yeah, well,
so
I think it's just
what remained there mean? Yeah. One by one. Remain there. Metaphorically, tell me, what does that mean?
Well, it doesn't correlate to anything in reality. The whole action of the sun.
Lady, I don't care. I know. Okay, no problem. You told me already it's a metaphorical. But what remain there mean?
Well, it's just showing you that even the natural elements have to be under God's guidance.
Well, what guidance? It says he is asking her to rise, asking her to sleep, to sit down. So can't Muhammad say, Well, everything is under the control of Allah and that's it. Do we need this story? No. Muhammad is telling them, do you know where the sun goes? Do you know where the sun goes? The sun, by the eye as they see it, it's moving. It is during the sun time, sunset time. And now Muhammad explaining something they see every day. Read carefully. Then it would be said to it, rise up and emerge out from the place of your setting. Mrs. Metaphorical. What that mean? Ah, she's out. I don't know what happened to her.
Sorry.
So explain that to us now. Then it would be said to the sun, raise up and emerge from the place of your setting. How that metaphorical?
Yes,
What metaphorical about it?
yeah. So the entire process, whatever he explains, is not every part of it is supposed to correlate. The whole instance of the sun just listening to God is just emphasizing that all natural elements are
You see, this is the most stupid, silly answer ever. You're a prophet talking about the sun going, the sun setting, the sun rising, and you keep saying to me, this is metaphorical. Okay. Here it says, and then it will rise from the place of its sitting. I want to go with your stupidity. I'm not insulting you, by the way. I'm just giving you a certificate. It will rise from the place of it is sitting. What is metaphorical about that and what it's mean from the place of its sitting?
Yeah, like I said, not every part of the metaphor is supposed to translate literally into anything.
Give me the
It's
meaning.
just
Don't tell
the
me, no,
entire-
don't tell me that. Don't give me a speech. You're repeating the same thing. Give me the meaning, what he meant by saying, will rise from the place of its sitting. You said metaphorically, no problem. What does that mean?
That's just sunrise. That's just the part of it that.
No, it
correlates to
says from the
sunrise.
place. Don't make things up. It says from the place. From, there's here from. From is about location. Place is a location, is a position. Of it is sitting. Give me, what does that mean?
I understand that the text is implying something, but it does. So it's just the apparent meaning, like the entire metaphor itself doesn't mean that literally the sun is doing whatever. The entire metaphor is just used to symbolize that. Like I told you already, not every part of the metaphor has to
Okay, hold on.
into-
Just to show you how silly you are. Do you see here it says, they ask him when this will happen? He said it would happen in the time when faith will not benefit anyone. So he's talking about the sign that the sun will keep going like this every day, and then one day the sun will come back from the west. They said to him, when it's going to happen? They said, when faith is not exist no more. So this is not metaphorical.
Oh.
Hmm.
I don't know. I can't see into the future what's going to happen.
This is not about
think
you
it's-
seeing. Who is asking you to see the future? This is what Muhammad said. They asked him when it would happen. You said this is metaphorically. So this is something physically will happen. The sun will appear from the west. Do you see how you Muslim, you doom yourself by your stupid answers? When it would happen. So this is something, the sun goes every day from the east to the west. And every day, Allah command the sun to rise and go up and rise from the east until one day, He will command the sun to rise from its setting, which means from the west. They said to him, when this will happen? He says, in the day of judgment, when there's no faith, believe anyone. Because that's it, it's over. So do you see how Muslims, they try to lie, try to defend something nobody can defend? The story itself proving to us that this is about something real. In fact, even if you read the title, it shows to you this is about what? If you read the title of every hadith of those stories, it's going to show you this is about what? So the sun goes everywhere, every day, from the east to the west. This is about when the sun is, Muhammad was talking about it when the sun was setting. If this is metaphorically, there's no need to talk about when the sun is setting. He can say, well, the sun, everything. No, he is saying the sun, specific object, in the time of the sunset. Do you know where the sun goes? And even Muhammad, he explained, he said, that this is what the Quran is saying. You are the one who mentioned to me, you know, if there is a verse support that. This is in the Quran. Read with me here, the title. The statement, and the sun runs onto its fixed course for a term appointed. Is that metaphorical or this is physical? I will help you. Every single Muslim in the world, they say this is physical.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, is it metaphorical or not? It's not. So all the game of metaphorical game is gone, because this is about the sun running to its fixed course. So the fixed course of the sun goes every day from the east to the west. Every day, until the day of judgment. Allah, He command the sun to come from the west. Read with me. Once I was with the Messenger of Allah in the mosque, and at the time of the sunset, the Prophet said, "Oh Abu Dhar, do you know where the sun set?" Did he say where the sun set, Strawberry?
Yeah, prostrate. I mean, according to the heading, it says.
No. Does it say set? Does it say set?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the question posed to him.
So he is talking about what? About the sun setting. Is that metaphorical? Is the sun now setting metaphorically, or this is really in the time of the sunset and the sunset?
Well, the sunset is a real phenomenon.
That's another question I'm asking you. Because you mentioned this is metaphorical, is not what it's meant. Okay, we will go with that. So when he said in the time of the sunset, correct? He said,
yes.
Do you know where the sun set? Correct?
Yes.
Where is about a location. Do we agree?
Well, if you take it literally, yes.
Yeah, the guys, if you take it literally. Okay, did your prophet says it goes?
Yeah.
Is that literally or not?
I mean,
just
there are
come.
people.
You know, when I say to you, you are stupid and you have a low IQ, I'm not insulting you. You are literally the most stupid women ever I spoke to. Sorry to say that. I never saw a stupid woman like you. I mean, even Muslim, they agree that this is literally. There's a guy, his name is Fifi. He wanted to get an apostate prophet busted. Muhammad Hijab, he made a video, he says, annihilating of apostate prophet. I made a video respond, and I annihilated Islam. In the video, he agreed that this is a very authentic hadith. The sun goes every day. Go watch it. So you Muslims are a bunch of donkeys. You try to duct tape your stupid prophet to the point we cannot see the face of Muhammad no more. Duct tape, it says it goes and prostrate underneath Allah. And that's what Allah meant. You say, remember, I asked you, is this verse here is literally or metaphorically? You said, yes, it is literally. But this is about this verse. Muhammad is explaining the verse, which you said to me, it's literally. Oh boy. Lord have mercy. I mean, their prophet, he said that women are half a brain. And I show it to her, and she agreed. So if your prophet, if you agree with your prophet that you are half a brain, I don't know what to say. I have to agree with him. You are half a brain, you.
So when it says that as well, like there's another explanation I've heard is that it's just talking to the people of you know, mankind and the way they see it from their perspective.
Okay, guys.
Not
The way they say it, did Muhammad say this is how you see it, but it's not? Why you are being stupid again? When I ask you about the verse, you said this literally. You said that. Now, guys, he's saying the way you see it. So Muhammad is deceiving us now? He is confirming that what we see, which is false, is true? Because he did not say this is wrong. He confirmed it. He says, do you know where the sun goes? So now every Muslim, he watched the, you know, did Muhammad say metaphorically? Did Muhammad add the word? No. Do you know where the sun goes? The guy, he says, Allah and his apostle know best. He says it goes. Do you know where it's set? The guy, or no, I do not know where. So do you see how stupid this version? Let us see. Maybe we have a Muslim. His name is F. Go ahead, F. Are you a Muslim? Go ahead. Are you a Muslim? Hello? Okay. I can get lost. Idiot. So as you see, when we get them busted with the clear proof, and this is Al-Bukhari, very authentic, they try to make it metaphorical. But anyone, where is the word? Where it says decreed. It's a decree of the Almighty. The sun runs into a fixed course. We open or read the interpretation. Every single Muslim agree that the sun is moving into a decree. And this is about the sunset every day.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So Christian Prince, I have a question. So does the sun move?
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim. Sunni.
Well, this is about the sun move, but
so does it move?
But this is sun move every day. Your prophet saying.
Does it move though? Yes, right?
Well, I think everything is moving, including me and you.
Yeah. Okay. So the sun moves. So how does it move? Do you know?
What I know, everything move in an orbit around itself first, and they have another orbit which they go through.
Okay, so the sun rotates around the center of the universe. You know this, right?
But is this what your prophet talking about?
Yeah. So do you acknowledge that the sun rotates around the center of the universe?
I don't know what the center of the universe. This is funny. The sun goes around the center of the universe. What does that mean?
Yeah. So I can send you a video if you want to look at it, but it explains. It shows how the sun rotates around the center of the universe.
Where is the center of the universe located?
Okay, you're asking me like it's spatial.
I mean,
like,
do we know even the
dimensions of
size
what
of
you
the
mean?
universe to know the center? Do we know the size of the universe so we can know the center of the universe?
Okay.
Focus with me. You are trying to make it as it's about an orbit of the sun moving in the galaxies, which is false.
Yes, it is.
You're a prophet.
Because where's the arsh? Where's the arsh?
You're a prophet is explaining the sun setting and the sun rising.
It asks, where does the sun go?
Yes.
So this is exactly what it's talking about. So if the sun rotates around the center of the universe, where is the arsh?
No problem. At the time of the sunset, is that correct?
Yeah, so the question was asked at sunset. Yeah,
no. Muhammad is the one who asked the question, not the guy. So Muhammad, he said, at the time of the sunset, do you know where the sun goes? Now the sun is going. So obviously he's talking about the sun now going. Okay, where the sun is going. Okay, true. I agree with you. So now where the sun is going now.
Yeah.
What, yeah?
Yeah, it goes under. Okay, so it goes underneath the Allah's throne and then goes back to where it came from. Okay, Allah's throne is above the universe. It's above the heavens and the earth. So this is what it's talking about. If you look at any video, like demonstration, like, I don't know, some like cartoon or whatever of the sun rotating, it rotates around the center of the universe. So this is exactly what it's talking about.
So the sun goes every day, and this is explained to us how the sun disappears from us at night. Do you agree?
Where does it talk about night?
Yeah, the sunset.
Okay, it's at sunset. Can you read the?
Yeah, at the
quotation?
sunset, where the sun goes. The sun is going to go in a few minutes.
So you're assuming he's talking about the sunset.
My friend,
but
I'm
this
not
was at
assuming.
sunset.
I'm not assuming. He said that.
Where does he say that?
It says at the time of the sunset.
Yes, he told Abu Dhar at the time of sunset, but he wasn't talking about the sunset. He's talking about the
No.
sun moving.
He
If
said,
you
listen, read with me
the
carefully.
hadith, then you
Read
understand.
carefully, read carefully. He says, do you know where the sun set?
Yeah, so where the sun moves.
Okay,
yeah.
no. He did not say where the sun, where the sun set. You guys, you see how they lie? He said it doesn't mean that. But here it says, do you know where the sun set? In the beginning, we said to him, he said to me, where it says about the night. I said, okay, it says at the time of the sunset. He says, no, you are assuming. But now look, do you know where the sun set? Now, I will continue with you. So now at the time of the sunset, where the sun set, the mic is yours.
Hold up, I'm looking at the Arabic word.
Ah, you know Arabic, that's good, not like me.
I mean, it's pretty clear what it's talking about, right? So it goes underneath the arsh, and then it goes back to where it came from, and from like common scientific, even the latest scientific model about how the sun rotates. This is exactly what.
My friend, so the sun goes every day from the east to the west, and this is a clear scientific?
Where does it say every day?
It says every day. It says every day. Okay, you know what? I'm going to help you more. Guys, where it says every day, we have to show him where it says every day. Shall we? All right. Okay. Let us go and check it out. I will show you.
Going to a different hadith.
Hold on. Okay. So what? I mean, is this, as long as I'm showing you something correct, what's the problem? As long as something you Muslim approve, different hadith, not different hadith, who care? Read with me. He asked me at the sunset, do you know where the sun goes? At the time of the sunset, I replied, Allah and his apostle knows better. He said, it goes, i.e. travel. Do you see it?
Yeah, it travels.
Okay. So at the time of the sunset, I asked him, do you know where the sun set? So now, let's continue. Till it's prostrate itself under the throne. It takes a permission and rise again. How many times, based on your understanding, the sun set and the sunrise in our lifetime?
So it will it takes its permission to rise again. So you think this is talking about like the sunrise in the morning?
Guys, do you think? Are you saying? It says in front of you. I mean, look at the madness. Till it's prostrate itself under the throne and take a permission to rise again. To rise again.
But it's
So
not the
are
sun's
we-
movement that causes sunrise.
No, it's not up to you. It's clear.
And this is talking about the sun
Okay,
movement.
let us read more so we can laugh more. And it's permitted then at the time will come. This is what happen every day. Until one day, it go to prostrate itself.
Wait, where does it say every day? It says a time will come. but
Every
it's
day,
not
yes,
saying
yes, every
a
day.
day will come.
The sunrise, the sunset, the sunrise, the sunset, the sunrise, the
It's not
sunset.
talking-
Yeah, the sunrise, the sunset, every day until, and always a permitted.
No. The sun moving doesn't cause sunset or sunrise, right?
Okay.
It's the sun
My-
moving around.
my friend,
or it's the
Is
earth
it,
moving
is
around
it
the sun.
okay?
Right?
Is it okay if we read the interpretation of the scholars?
No.
No.
Can you keep on reading, please?
Guys, no. Do you know why he would say no? Because the scholar, they will get him
Yeah,
busted.
because there were some flat Earth scholars. There were some.
No.
globe Earth
Okay,
scholars. It
choose a
doesn't matter.
scholar.
This
Choose
is
a scholar
irrelevant.
of your choice. Don't choose for me a flat Earth scholar.
Yeah,
Guys,
because now
did
what you're
he
going to do
say-
is you're going to
did
point
he
to a
say-
random
did-
scholar
did-
that
did he-
has an
did he
incorrect
say- listen,
interpretation,
did
and
he
you're going to
say
put it on
there's
me,
a-
right?
Hold on.
I'm
Did-
not trying to do that. I'm trying to defend my position.
Did
So can
he
you keep on
say?
reading?
Did he say there's a flat Earth scholar? Well, this is what the Quran saying. The Quran saying the Earth is flat. So
No,
don't
it
say
doesn't.
it's a scholar. No, the Quran says that. But we don't want to change
No,
topic
no,
now.
no.
So are you saying to me not even a single scholar agree with you, but all of them agree with me?
So no, there's modern scholars that will also say this, right?
Modern.
With new knowledge, yeah. So as you get
So
further
the more
into like
farther
technology
we go
and stuff,
away.
you get new
So
insight
are you saying
into the Quran? For example, no scholar would say,
all right,
that,
all right.
oh, when it says, yeah, because you're
Are
not letting
you
me finish, right?
saying
You asked
the
me a question,
more we
right?
stay away from Muhammad, the farther we go farther, we can understand the Quran, what Muhammad said better, right?
What? What was your question?
You are saying to me that the scholars who they are born yesterday, they can understand the Quran better from those who they are exist in the time of Muhammad.
No, I'm saying they can get better insight on Hadith and the Quran about like the scientific nature.
I want you to tell me the name of the scholars who agree with you.
Yeah, I can't think of any at the top of my head. I'd have to research more.
He cannot think of anything.
Yeah, but this isn't the gotcha
no,
that
no,
you
no.
think it is,
Don't
right? 'Cause
think of your
can't,
top,
like,
the
deal
top
with my
of your. My
interpretation.
friend,
Can
don't
please
give
finish
me a
reading?
name from the top of your head. Give me to me from the bottom of your head.
What?
I mean, you said you cannot give it to me from the top of your head. What does that mean? So either you can prove what you are saying, either you are prove what you are saying, or you are making things up.
Okay, so where does it say that this cycle happens once a day? I don't see it.
Read with me just to show you how stupid what you just said. I'm not insulting, by the way. Guys, read with me. Does it say it will not be permitted, but it will be ordered to return whence it has come, so it will rise from the west?
Yeah.
Okay,
so what did you get from this?
Where the sun came from? From the west.
Yeah.
Where is going to rise again? This is the last time. The last time Allah will not allow it. You said to me, show me what this is a cycle. Well, this is a cycle. Every day will ask permission and is going to be permitted to rise again, normal way, from the east, set in the west, until the last time will not be
so
permitted.
Basically, this is saying there will come a time when the sun, instead of rising from the east, it will rise from the west, correct, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so what is this talking about? If you look into cosmology, for example, there's a theory, it's called the Big Rip. Basically, there's going to be a huge potential energy buildup at the end of time or a long time from now, and it's basically going to turn pretend the universe is rotating counterclockwise, it'll go counterclockwise.
That's false.
Right?
What you are talking about.
Well, this is a theory, right? This is a scientific theory, so this hasn't been true.
What you are talking about.
It's called the Big Rip. Yes,
no, you are making things up. What you are talking about
it's
is the
true.
Earth.
You should search it up.
The Earth will slow down, and the Earth will change its rotation. But look what the Quran, what Muhammad is saying. And the Quran.
The universe will.
No. Not just make things up. Same time, you know why Muslims they have to add things is not there to make it there.
This is actually true. If you've taken any cosmology course,
Mr. Cosmology.
This is one of the theories they talk about at the end of the universe.
You're a prophet.
So there's the heat death. There's a Big Rip.
All right.
There's a bunch of other ones.
All right. In the hadith, it says where the sun set, where the sun rise. Yet you claim that this is not about the sun setting and not about the sun rising. In the hadith, it says the sun goes every day. You said to me where it says every day, correct?
Yes.
What? When I say to you,
every day?
When I say to you, can we see a scholar? You said no. Do you know why?
Wait, where does it say every day? Stop.
Because that's what it says. Do you know where this is that the daytime? Is that the daytime? Where the sun goes?
It says it travels till it prostrates itself underneath the throne and
is
takes
that
permission to
something
rise again. Does it
that,
say in a single day, Christian Prince?
Was your prophet describing something he happened by time during the time of the sunset? Yes or no?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Your prophet was asking the guy, do you know where the sun goes? During what?
Yeah. How does it move?
During what?
Yes, exactly.
During what? During the sunset. Is that correct?
At sunset. But is he talking about sunset or about how the sun moves?
He's talking about how the sun set.
No. This is your interpretation. It's wrong.
Guys, do you see the hypocrisy? Is he talking about how the sun set or the sun moved? No, he says, do you know where the sun set? This is the question. No, hold on.
He's talking about how it moves.
Hold on. You see, he said, do you know where the sun set? Do you know where?
Do you know where the sun goes?
Okay, this is your translation. You said you speak Arabic, right?
No, I don't. I never said that.
You said to me, hold on, I need to read Arabic.
I said I was going to look at the Arabic word, right? But I don't speak Arabic.
So how you want to look at the Arabic, but you do not read Arabic?
Yeah, I was going to search up the word, see its translation. Because,
Listen,
yeah.
in fact, in Arabic it says, حين غربت الشمس. When the sun is already gone. He said, do you know where it goes? You said to me, where it says the sun is gone. So now the sun is gone totally. And then Muhammad, he said, do you know where it's going? Do you know? It's in front of you. حين غربت الشمس. So the shams is gone. It's dark time now. Do you know where the sun is gone?
Yeah,
Muhammad
so
said.
where has the sun gone?
Yes, where the sun gone now? During the sunset time. Okay, I will give you the question, guys. So now
But
the
by the
sun.
way, it doesn't
okay,
say
hold on,
that
hold on.
the cycle is a
Based
single
on
day
your
long,
understanding. Okay, based on your understanding. Let's say you are Muhammad. I'm sitting next to you in the donkey, and now the sun is gone. And you say to me, "Do you know where the sun gone?" Are you saying that now you are not explaining the sun now gone?
Am I explaining where the sun has gone?
Yes, now.
If I was Muhammad?
Now. At the time when the sun set and gone. So when Muhammad he said, do you know where the sun gone? He's talking about now. This sun, do you know where it goes? Where it's going? It's gone, already gone. In Arabic, it's so clear.
Yeah, so he's going to talk about where it goes, right? And this is exactly what this hadith is.
Exactly, where it goes every day. You can't, you know.
No, where does it say every day in the hadith? Please stop being ingenuous and tell me what it says every day.
Anyone who know how to read, he can see it. It says it's every day. The sun
Where does
goes
it say every day?
every
Stop
day.
lying.
The
Stop
sun
lying
goes
and
every
show me
day.
where it says every
Okay,
day.
you know what? When I said, let us read the scholars, what you said to me, no. Correct?
The scholar said no. What?
No, you
did
said
you
to
ask?
me, stop lying. So why the scholars are lying too? If
Yeah,
I
they
am
can
lying,
misinterpret stuff just like you. That's fine.
but a second ago you said to me I'm lying.
Yeah, you're saying it says every day in the hadith, which is a lie. It's a blatant lie.
It is every day. Do you know where the sun goes? The sun rises every day, every day. Why, you know, for how long you Muslims, you will repeat a lie? Allah statement, the sun runs into a fixed course. For a term appointed, that is the decree of the Almighty. The
So where does
Prophet,
it
he
say day
explained,
again?
do you know where the sun goes? At the sunset. So when
Yeah,
a
so
Muslim,
where does it say a single day? Where does it say the fixed course is a single day?
because
Do you
he
see
is
that?
explaining simply the sunset at the time of the sunset. And if we open the interpretation, why all Muslim scholars understand it this way if it's wrong?
Okay. Okay, first of all, show me where it says that this hadith is talking about a single day cycle.
It's in front of you. It goes every day. Ask for
It's
permission.
not in front of me. I don't know what you're
No,
reading.
it says ask for permission and come back from where it came from every day.
Where does it say every day, dude? This is your
My
interpretation.
friend,
Like
it's
you're
ask.
just putting
Okay.
words into
Do
the
you
hadith.
know where
That's
the
why you
sun
don't
goes?
understand it. You're being so ingenuous. This is kind of
Okay, hold on. Okay. I want to read this hadith here. I replied,
Wait, so are you
Allah
going to
and His
explain to me
Apostle.
where you see every day, or are we going to go to a different hadith?
Oh, you cannot see every day. We have to put every day. Okay, we will show you every day. So
Yeah, because you're
he
putting
said,
words into the hadith.
where the sun sets. I'm going to ask you this question now. Where the sun set?
Do you know where the sun sets? What are you asking me?
Yeah, this is the question. Where the sun set?
Yeah, if you go to the other hadith that you showed me, it actually clarified that wordage. It was talking about where does the sun go. Right?
No, all of them, they are using the sunset. Where the sun set?
No, the one you showed me earlier said where. Do you know where the sun goes?
This is a translation. You are an idiot. All of them is the same Arabic text. Where the sun goes, it's where the sun set.
Okay, there we go. Where the sun goes. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Let me. This is the hadith I just showed you, just to show you how stupid you are. Do you agree with it? Oh, this is not the one I showed you. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second.
I mean, do you understand
Hold
how
on,
the
hold
sun
on,
does
hold on.
rotate around the center of the universe,
Everybody
right? Does this
dying.
make sense to you?
No. You know, this is what your religion teach, and you try to duct tape, but nobody, everybody is laughing at you. Okay, let's see. I want to show you the hadith I showed you already. The other one. Okay. This is the one that says goes. No, this one says set. Set. You see, you're just an idiot. This is translation. All of them, they are saying the same.
I mean, the verse is talking about, or I mean, the hadith is talking about where the sun goes, and it kind of accurately describes
no problem.
But
okay, but this is even more troubling. You see, even if you say where the sun goes, you are just confirming the sun goes now.
Yeah, how the sun moves, where the sun goes.
Yeah, but during the sunset,
What? What is this hadith? What are you trying to show me?
I'm asking you, when your prophet says, you said you insist it goes, is he talking about the sun going during the sunset?
Okay, what is it? Okay, a place in paradise as small as a bow is better than all that on which the sun rises and sets. He also said a single endeavor in Allah's cause in the afternoon or in the forenoon is better than all that on which the sun rises and sets. What are you trying to say?
If there is a place where the sun rises and the sun sets, your prophet confirm?
What?
Did your prophet confirm there is a place where the sun set and the sun rise?
A single endeavor in Allah's cause is in the afternoon or in the forenoon is better than all that on which the sun rises and sets.
Okay, is that every day happening?
Does the sun rise? Well, I mean, relative to us, like me, a like non-moving person, it looks
Let
like
us show you more. Okay,
no,
guys. No, it's not. No, relative. All right. Let's see. Where is the hadith I just showed you already, where it says it goes?
And by the way, I'm waiting for you to explain where in the hadith it says every day the sun rotates.
Well, you know, there's no way. We have to add it for you to find it, right? We have to add the sentence.
Yeah, you have to add a sentence to make it look dumb, but it's not really
but it's
dumb.
You who's adding it, actually. It's you who's adding it. It's you who's adding something is not there, requesting it to be there.
What did I add? What did I add exactly?
You are asking for something, so that the only way to make it, it's there, right?
What? What are you even saying?
You just said, the sun, I have to say the word every day in the hadith, and that will make it every day, correct?
You have to say every day if that's what the prescribed term
here
is.
Like it says, I want to go with you. It's a course.
The universe, but it doesn't say every day.
It's a course.
It just says a term.
Okay, it says a course and the decree, and the sunset and the sunrise. And when you say to me the sun goes, is that about the sun now is going? You said no. But this is what happened.
Now you're just like trying to put two hadiths together, and it's like unintelligible to me. I don't even know what you're trying to say.
I thought you Muslim, you said to me, don't take it out of context. Suddenly now, if I put 2-3 hadiths together to explain what Muhammad is saying, you don't believe it.
Yeah, but you're saying from one hadith, it says that the sun sets somewhere. Therefore, when you look at this one, it's talking about the sun setting. It makes no sense to me.
Okay, doesn't make sense to you, for sure. Doesn't make sense to you. You're Abdul. So read with me here. The one here, it says, do you know where the sun goes? So now this is for you, not every day, but this is asking during the sunset where the sun goes. So if this is not every day, Muhammad now explaining the cosmic, he's explaining the galaxy.
Yeah, he's talking about how the sun rotates around the center of the universe. Let me ask you, exactly.
Where the sun set according to the Quran?
Where the sun sets?
According to the Quran.
Are you talking about the Zulkarnain
I'm asking you where the sun set according to the Quran.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
What are you talking about?
Isn't it the Quran say the sun set in a spring of water?
Yeah, that's a phraseology in Arabic.
Phraseology. Explain it to me, guys. It's a phraseology. And now we will connect. And now
hold up. Before we derail Christian Prince, I know you like to do that. But can we go? Can you show me where it says every day, or you can't? So I at least have this admission, right?
I did already. Because your prophet talking about the sun rising every day in a course and ask for permission every day and the
Where
sun
does it say
rise.
every day?
Yes,
Where does it
says
say every day?
the sun rise up and go back to your place. Are you stupid?
Yeah, but where does it say every day? You
Okay, this is every
do
day.
you see that
Okay,
in the
guys,
hadith or no?
until
Or are
reach
you
the
like
resting.
putting in words
Okay,
there?
hold on. Okay, listen. Guys, it's not every day. It says here it's
It's
a
not every
course.
day, correct?
No. You said it's not every day. I'm going with you. So if it's not every day, how it says that ask for permission to come back? The mic is yours.
Yeah, because the sun does rotate in a circular fashion, right?
How many time?
How many times does it rotate around the universe? I don't know this number.
Where is, you see, I will go with you. You said you don't accept something unless it says the day. I want to ask you where it says the universe.
Where does it say the universe? It just talks about how the sun or the sun moves in a prescribed term, okay?
Okay, where
you
it
understand this
says,
part at
no.
least?
You see, we have the sunset. You said you want the day. If the word day is not located, then we should not accept it. I will go with your rule. Where you get the word universe from?
Well, okay, how does the sun move?
The sun moving in the
This is a
sun.
question to
This
you.
is your.
I'm
This is
testing your
your.
scientific
You see,
knowledge. How does it move?
are you asking me about the correct answer or your prophet explanation? You're a prophet saying to the guy.
He's talking about how the sun moves, so I'm asking you, how
Yes,
does
the sun does not move. Okay, I will go with you, guys.
around
The
the
sun.
center of the universe,
Okay, I will
underneath
go
the
with
arsh.
you. So, do you agree that the sun is moving during the sunset, going to a place? Yes or no?
No, the sun does not move.
But this is what
during
he
sunset.
said. He says, "Do you know where the sun goes during the sunset?"
It says, yeah, where does the sun go? Where does it move? Exactly, yeah.
Yes, it goes.
But not at sunset.
Okay,
Where do you get sunset?
okay. Does the sun goes to a resting place?
Does it go to a resting place?
Yes.
Verily the sun glides till it reaches its resting place underneath the throne, then it falls prostrate and remains there until its ass rise up and
Are you
go
going
to
to read the
place
whole
whence you
thing
came.
again?
Yeah.
Okay, where is the resting place? Is that a place where the sun stopped moving?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, look.
So
So it goes to its resting place, then it prostrates and asks
according to
to rise
science,
up, and then it goes back where it came
hold
from.
on. According to science,
This is
there's
exactly how a
hold
circle,
hold
like,
on. You
moves,
see,
right?
guys, can listen. According to science, there's a place where the sun take rest and sleep.
It doesn't sleep. Where does it sleep?
It says resting place. It means there's no movement. That's it. Sun stop.
And I mean, if you would know anything about physics, there are like places in our universe where there is like lower potential
What
energy.
lower? What higher? The sun. The sun.
So
Focus
so
on
the
me. We
sun
are
actually
talking
does
about
move,
the
like,
sun,
slower and faster
Mr.
on where it is in the universe.
The Muslim astronomer. It says there is a resting place for the sun. So
The sun does move. Your chat is really stupid.
You can call us whatever you want. People are laughing. I want to say thank you first for coming here. You give us good entertainment. So, guys, it says the resting place of the sun. So I'm asking you, where is the resting place of the sun located? Where the sun
Why
rests?
do I? Yeah, it's underneath the throne. Where's the throne? The throne
Okay,
is above
what
the
the
universe.
sun now?
Okay, it's
What
above the
the
heavens
sun
and the
now?
earth. There you
Okay,
go.
great, guys, great. We are reaching a point. So now the sun is under the throne, and this is the resting place of the sun. What the sun is doing? Resting. Do you agree?
Not necessarily. It just says resting.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Where does it say that the sun goes and sleeps for like, I don't know, 3 days or whatever?
It's your prophet saying, it says the sun goes and reach its resting place. There is a place where the sun rests. It says there. This is not this is your Muslim translation.
Okay, so like, what is your point?
Huh? You call me liar. You say to me where it says
Yeah, I
every
called you a
day.
liar because you said it said every
but here
day,
it
but it
says
doesn't. And
that
you're-
this
you're,
is
like,
something.
now taking it back, which is really funny.
Hold on. You say this is something where it says day. I say this is during the day, sunset, sunrise. You said to me, show me the word day. But here it's clear that the sun goes every day, rest for a couple of hours, and then the sun.
Clear?
It's in front of you. It says, and then the sun rise up. Does it say rise up?
Yeah, it rises up and goes
Rise
back to the
up
place
to
where it came
who?
from.
Rise up to
Or where it
who?
came.
Rise up to who?
Rise up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What, yeah? Rise up to who?
Yeah, it rises up to back where it was.
No,
And
rise
this is
up
how
to
it- like,
who?
you know, this is how a circle is.
Rise up
A
to
circular
who?
orbit.
Rise up to who? Up to who? Up to us. We are the human who see it. So the sun rise up, the sun set down. So now until The son go to a station to sleep. Then the son wake up in the morning. Allah gave her permission to go back after she asked for permission. And now the sun goes back to where it should go, which means the east. And the sun will keep doing this for a term until one day.
The sun doesn't rise in the east. Oh.
Does not?
It rises in the west, right? Or am I?
The sun rises in the west?
Rise in the east.
Oh, my bad. Never mind.
Ah, okay. You made me confused. I don't know. I'm getting dizzy now. So the sun rises up and goes to the place whence you came. Where is that location?
Whence it came? I don't know.
Huh?
Okay, but you're saying
That
this
is the
movement
west.
causes sunrise and sunset,
So
but
this is
true.
confirmed. Okay.
The sun moving
So
doesn't
the
cause
sun,
sunset
the
and
sun.
sunrise.
Okay, hold on. You
So
see?
this interpretation that you're trying to make up
No,
is not right.
this is not interpretation. It's the hadith is so clear. And let us make it more
It's
clear
not-
for you.
it doesn't
okay,
say
hold
every
on.
day.
Do the sun set in a spring of murky water? Yes or no?
The phrase, if you take the phraseology literally, then yeah.
Please what?
The phraseology.
What is that?
Phraseology?
Yeah?
Like metaphors, idioms, etc.
Oh, so this is a metaphor. Here we go. This is your prophet. He said the sun set in murky water. Where he says this is metaphor. Here we go. Now you want to tell me this is metaphorical? Read with me. So everybody will laugh. Read.
I was sitting behind the Prophet Muhammad, Prophet of Allah, or the Messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He asked, "Do you know where this sets?" I replied, "Allah and His Apostle knows best." He said, "It sets in a spring of warm water."
Uh-huh. Metaphorically?
So, like, what is the grading of this?
What? It's a sahih. What? So you see, you Muslim, you keep lying. The scholars agree with me. All your books agree with me. And I'm agreeing with them. This is what your prophet is saying. And your prophet is a fool. He think, as the Quran says, that the sun set in a murky water about Zulqarnain. And the Muslim, they try to fix it. They say from his perspective, he don't mean it. It appear. And they say to you, this is how you see it when you see the ocean. But the verse saying clearly, the sun set in a spring of water. And Muhammad explained it. Do you know where this set? Muhammad said. So imagine this guy was trying to duct tape the stupidity of his prophet for the last half hour or so, claiming I am fabricating a meaning is not there, when in fact this is about every day. This is about the sun rising, the sun setting, and this is in the top of that, the sun have a resting place where the sun sleep and take a nap, and then wake up in the morning, because now she is resting the sun. And then the sun wake up in the morning and ask Allah for permission, and Allah will grant the sun permission to go. To go where? To rise from the east. Until one day, the sun will not be permitted to go back as normal, but will be commanded to rise from the west. Apologize for lying all this time. What? Apologize.
Huh? What did you ask me?
Apologize. You accuse me of lying? Well, you're a prophet,
you
get
did
you
lie.
busted. You're a prophet, get you busted. I know that your name is a turtle, and obviously you are one, but you're a prophet, get you busted. Apologize for saying it doesn't say
Yeah,
that.
I'm searching up the word hamaya. All right, calm
Hami,
down.
I mean blazing. I mean, look how stupid he is. The problem now is Hamia. I mean, do you see his stupidity? So it's not the warm water, It is Hamia. He's searching for Hamia. What Hamia mean? Hamia mean not warm water. Hamia, the translator is a donkey. Hamia mean blazing hot.
So a blazing hot.
Uh-huh. You're a stupid prophet. He think the sun get its heat from jumping in a water, volcano water. This is an old legend about where the sun get its heat from. So the sun goes into a very, very scorching, crazy, blazing fire spring of water. And then it heat itself again, because during the day, the people, they see the sun losing its heat. So in the morning, then noontime, then afternoon, the temperature changing. So what they think? They think the sun is losing its heat. How the sun come back second day hot? It goes and jump in a boiling, blazing water. It get its heat again and come back to us. And that is your prophet interpretation for the sun movement every day. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm looking up Hamaya and it says a blazing fire.
Exactly.
So,
Hamia is description even for hell in the Quran.
okay, so where in the Arabic does it say water?
Guys, I mean, look at the stupidity. Look at the madness. It's their translation. It's their website. He is where it says water. Maybe not water. Maybe this is oil. Maybe this is zucchini. Maybe this is watermelon. Maybe this is juice. Maybe fruit juice. Maybe semen. What's wrong with you? You're a prophet, he said. The fun
Are you going to
is,
show me or no? Are you gonna
the
just
fun, yeah, my friend. Ayn. The second you say ayn, mean a spring of water. Ayn.
So ayn means spring of water.
Yes. Do you want me to show you from the Quran? Are you an idiot? Go right now to the Quran and type the word ayn. Spring. Ayn can be an eye, but here, like when you speak about the spring of water, this is what it is. So, Aynun Jariya, chapter 88.
A spring of water or a spring?
My friend, stop being stupid. Don't act like a kid. Aynun Jariya, it's a spring. So Allah will give you in heaven a spring of what? Give me the answer. This is the word ayn in front of you.
Yeah. So Humayya means like blazing fire. Spring,
Yes.
apparently
So
ayn
no,
means
it's
spring.
blazing fire as hot, very hot.
Okay.
So now we confirm where the sun goes every day. The sun goes and sit under Allah's throne, which is above a spring of boiling water, and the sun rests there. Is it true? Is it true that your prophet God, Allah aka Muhammad?
Prophet God? What?
Yes, Muhammad is your God.
No, it's not. That's what you guys believe.
Well, isn't it the name of your prophet is Muhammad?
Yeah.
What Muhammad mean? Praised one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if Muhammad is a praised one, who's Allah?
What do you mean? Allah is God.
No, the praised one is God.
The one true God. That's what.
The praised one is God. If you are a person who believe in monotheism, as you claim Muslims, then the praised one is God. Muhammad in your religion is the praised one, not Allah.
Okay. Wait. Dude, you're literally like projecting your human worship onto Muslims. It's not gonna work. It's kind of cringe.
It's you who worship a human. Okay, let's go with this. You just mentioned a human.
No, you literally worship a human.
Okay, literally, no problem. Is your God Allah have a physical part? Yes
Wait, Christian Prince.
Hold
you
on,
worship
hold
a
on.
human, correct?
Hold on. My God.
Wait, is Jesus not
just wait. Okay. Hey guys, the Muslim, they say Jesus is a human. Let us see what is the human right now. Where is the human Jesus right now?
Where's the? I don't know. You asked me.
Huh?
Or you tell me. This is your
I
belief.
thought your Quran says he is with Allah.
He was risen up to heaven. Yes.
So why you didn't say to me, I do not know? Say in heaven. Okay. So why only Jesus, the human, quote unquote, in heaven?
Because he's going to come back.
Hold on.
Right?
No. I don't care. Why only Jesus, the human, is alive after thousands of years and all the human is dead?
What? No, Jesus will come back before the end of humanity and
All
then
right.
die on earth.
Listen,
Where did
Jesus
you
will
get this
come
that
back.
he will stay alive
You see,
forever?
I want to go with you. Where in the Quran it says Jesus will come back?
I mean, I would have to find the verse specifically, but this is...
No, you
this is
can
the
find it.
general
Take your
teaching.
time. Take your time. I'm waiting.
Okay, sure. I mean, we can completely derail into that, but like, first answer my question. You do worship a human, correct, right?
No, according to you worship a human, but Jesus, who have the flesh of a
So
human...
you worship a human or not?
Listen. Don't act like a kid. Jesus, who have the flesh of a human, your brother, he said, God, how to prove somebody is divine if he can do what God can do? It's not about the look. So your God, how he look like, you cannot answer. You say, my God, he is a human.
He's unlike creation.
But listen,
He's unlike creation. We don't know what he looks like.
Jesus is...
You say he's like a white man with long hair or something.
This is false. Nowhere in the Bible it says he's a white man, but we can show you where in the hadith says the belly button of Muhammad is so white, under his arm is so white, his testicle is so white, his under cheek is so white, his face is so white. Do you want me to show you?
Okay, I mean, this is you're avoiding the question though. Do you worship a human or not?
It is you who follow a white man who believes
Wait, Christian Prince, just answer the question. Stop talking.
We
Just
have
answer it.
God. We worship God, who came to us.
You worship Jesus.
We worship Jesus, who is God, who can create.
Is he a human?
Listen.
Is he a human?
If Jesus is a human,
Is he a human?
we will go with you. If Jesus is a human, as you say,
If he's a human, so you don't believe he's
he is God in the flesh of a human, not
At
the
least you're
opposite.
changing.
He is
Going
not
with the
a
times.
human. Listen, we don't believe. When you debate the Christians, debate them in their belief. When I debate you about your belief. Don't fabricate things. So we Christians believe that God in the flesh of a human, not a human, became God. So now, Jesus in the flesh of the human, can he create a human being? Yes or no?
Can God create a human being? Yes, but he can't become a human being. That's
Can
ridiculous.
Jesus create a human being? Yes or no?
Is Jesus a human being? Is
Why
that
you
what
are
you
changing
asked?
the question? Guys, did I ask him? I said, can Jesus create a human being? Yes or no?
He can heal human beings?
No,
by the
that's
permission
not
of
my
Allah?
question. That's not my question. Can Jesus create a human being? Yes or no?
No, not by my knowledge.
So why
no,
your stupid
not.
Quran say yes?
Huh?
Huh? Why your stupid Quran say yes?
He can create human beings. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, where does it say this?
All right. All right.
Wait, but you didn't. Okay, but like you
Hold
said,
on,
if
hold
Jesus
on,
is
hold
human,
on, hold on.
do you think
If
Jesus is human or no?
If Jesus is just a human, as you claim, he is God in the flesh of the human, then he will not be able to create living being. And this is what the Quran confirms. Read with me, Allah. Can your God create like Jesus? The answer, no. Read with me. Isn't it this is your Quran saying that Jesus created from the mud the bird?
Okay. It says, and will make him, Jesus, a messenger to the children of Israel. I have come to you with a sign from your Lord that I designed for you out of clay. Okay. As it were the figure of a bird, and breathe into it, and it becomes a bird by Allah's leave. And I heal him who was born blind and the leper, and I bring the dead to life by Allah's leave. And I inform you of what you eat and what you store in your houses. Surely therein is a sign for you if you believe.
Okay, so Jesus, he can create and recreate.
He can bring people back to the dead, but he can't create. So
No, you are lying.
Your initial claim was, can he
When
create
somebody,
humans?
hold on, when somebody is dead, in order to get him back, you have to recreate the dead. Because
No,
all
you just
is...
have to put the soul back into the
No,
body.
that's false.
Yes,
because
that's what you have to
simply,
do.
no. As an example, I
Wait,
can
what
show
is
you the
death?
story.
What
Hold
is
on.
death?
What's
But
soul
you don't
part?
even know- you
There's
don't even know
nothing
how
left.
people
There's
die.
nothing left. Hold on, liar. Is it true that Jesus he resurrected Noah, who was a dust?
Resurrected Noah?
Noah,
like the
yes.
prophet?
Yes.
No.
What if I show you the reference?
Sure, go ahead.
But if that is true, what you will say?
If Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, resurrected Noah, the prophet Noah that had like a boat
Yes.
During the Great Flood.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, go ahead, show me, I'm waiting.
You know, if I show you that, what that will mean to you?
Yeah, I'll think about it, now show me.
No, what do you mean think about it? Tell me, what do you think about it?
Yeah, when you show me something, I will think about it.
You were surprised, so I'm asking you.
Yeah, because it sounds absolutely ridiculous.
If this is true, what that will do to you?
What do you mean if it's true?
Well, if this is true, how you said to me, resurrection is just putting a soul back.
No.
Yes, what you said. Everybody heard you.
Okay, resurrection? I don't know if I would use that word, but sure.
No, you said that the resurrection is just putting the soul back. That's a lie. Because you don't resurrect but just by putting the soul back. Because if the person is dead, the second he died, his organ is damaged. So in order to... We are not talking about somebody we give him
yeah,
like
the soul leaves if it's damaged too much.
Huh?
Yeah, the soul leaves if the body becomes too damaged. Or if it like stops functioning or whatever.
The second the person he died, is it true that his organ already is damaged, starting from the brain?
Is damage starting from the brain? What?
If a person he died, is it true that the second that happened, the brain is damaged?
Sure.
Okay, so how you have to recreate a brain again? For the person, that's a creation. So if Jesus can,
not necessarily.
Not necessarily, guys, not necessarily.
Even today,
not necessarily.
Today you have people who like.
So look,
who
they
quote
say,
unquote die.
They say, they say, look at this madness. Look at the madness. They say Jesus is just a man, but we just discover that Jesus can resurrect people from death, which means he can create a human being. In the top of that, Jesus, he resurrect Noah. Jesus, he can create...
Okay, are you going to show me? Or are you just
okay,
going to
hold
keep
on.
saying that?
Okay, I'll show you, no problem. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. All right. Let us see. I'm just trying to find a website in English because you said you do not know Arabic. But anyway, let us see here. All right, here we go. I have to use Google Translation because you don't speak Arabic. But this is your Islamic website, islam.net, web.net. And this is the translation. The story of Jesus, who the dead ones who he revived. Read with me.
Where do you want me to start reading?
Well, we will see here in front of us. We will see the story. It mentioned the stories. Okay. There's 4 people Jesus he resurrected. 4 people Jesus he resurrected. Okay, then the stupid page keep giving me the Arabic. Noah, one of them. Oh, stupid web page. Hold on.
Where do you see Noah?
Hold on.
Oh.
Ibn Abbas, may Allah police be upon him, said, stupid page, what's wrong with this thing? Okay, does it say that Jesus, he resurrected 4 people, including Noah?
Noah, Azhar's son, and his sister. So his sister sent to Jesus, peace be upon him, your brother Azhar is dying, and there was a 3-day journey between him and him. So he and his companions came to him and found him. He had died 3 days ago. So he said to his sister, "Go with us to his grave." So she went with him to his grave. So he called upon God Almighty, and Lazarus stood up with his grave dripping, with his foot dripping, and he came out of his grave, and he remained and had a son. As for the old man's son, he passed by him dead on a bed carrying Jesus, peace be upon him. So God called Jesus. So he sat on his...
My friend, make it short. Does it say that Jesus resurrected Noah?
I don't know what says what.
What? Does it say
so it
there's
says
4
Ibn
people, one of
Abbas.
them is Noah? Okay, go down. Unbelievable. You know, I mean, they play games. Here we go. As for
who's
Shem,
Ibn
hold
Abbas?
on.
That's not even like
As for Shem, the son of Noah, peace be upon him, Jesus be upon him in his grave, and called on the greatest name of God, and he came to his grave. Half of his head. So he's the translation.
For fear of the,
the
day of
translation
judgment,
is
did
not
turn gray
accurate. So
that
it
time.
says,
He said, "Has the resurrection occurred?" What?
So he came out from the grave, and he have a gray hair. Okay. So now is this body, this person, do he have a body now, or his body is totally gone? From the time of Noah.
He came to his grave, called on the greatest name of Allah. He came out of his grave, half of his head gray for fear of the day of judgment. He did not turn gray at that time. He said, "Has the resurrection occurred?" He said, "No, but I called you in the greatest name of God." Then he said to him, "Die." Okay. He said, "On that condition, the God protects me from the throes of death." So he called on God, and he did. So it's over. God knows.
All right. So Jesus, he command the dead, and they come from their graves. Is that correct?
Sure. In this narration by Ibn Abbas.
Even the one who died thousands of years ago. So now let's go back to Jesus, the human. Can Allah, who is not a human, do what Jesus do?
Okay, Christian Prince, let me ask you a question.
Don't change the question. Don't.
Wait.
Allah,
No. This is important. This is related.
Allah,
is Ibn Abbas, Ibn Abbas's statements authoritative?
What do you mean?
Is his statements authoritative in Islam?
Yes, he is the cousin of your prophet.
No, that's not true. So whatever he says is like true by like divine guidance or whatever.
Yes,
we don't have this.
In fact,
this is like a Christian thing.
In fact, you're a prophet. Yes, it's a Christian thing. Ibn Abbas is a Christian thing. Can you believe it? Listen, Christians.
No, this idea that the people around him or whatever, like Apostle Paul or I don't know, John, are guided by the Holy Spirit.
Well, I can show you Paul. I can show you Paul in your books.
So the only statements that are authoritative are the Quran and the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad.
Wherever you go,
and anyone knows this, but Christian Prince guys like projecting Christianity on Islam.
Hey, you cannot keep talking, so you can skip. Even Paul, I can show you from your book. It says he was sent by Allah, and he is a messenger of God. You are an idiot, like the rest of you. So look what you are doing. You keep jumping like a monkey from place to place. We start with the sunset, and then we get you busted. That
Is Ibn Abbas authoritative?
So let us finish one by one. So now, do you agree that your prophet was a stupid when he said the sun set in a spring of water? Yes or no?
Is Ibn Abbas authoritative?
Yes.
No,
I answered you.
You're wrong.
I answered you. Now answer me. Is your prophet being stupid when he said this?
And by the way, where's like the chain of narration? Where's the proof? Where's
none of my business.
Number? There is none. You just gave me a random like paragraph.
You see, it says there, it says the Sahih in chain. He says, where is the chain of narration? Where is it?
Wait, this is a different hadith. Why you
no,
jumping
this is the same hadith.
You're like a
and
monkey.
all of them, they are Sahih. You see the hypocrisy? So their website says Sahih. They say it doesn't say that, CP. It says the sunset during the sunset. It doesn't say that, CP. I mean, you Muslims
I
are
denied the
the
narration
most...
by Ibn Abbas, if you were listening.
Okay, hold on. Do you deny the narration of Ibn Abbas?
That particular one, yes.
That particular one, brother.
Wait, Christian Prince. It might be. Wait. Let me just say one thing. It might be completely true that he actually said this. It might be completely and utterly true, but does it make it
we will go
authoritative?
To forget about Ibn
No, it does
Abbas,
not.
my friend. It's you who mentioned to me, as you said to me where it says that. I showed you where it says that. I got you busted. So now you want to accept what Ibn Abbas says or not? That's your business. You Abdul, he's Abdul.
Okay, yeah, sure. You can point to any random person that says any random
this is
thing
not
and
a
then say,
random.
"Oh, this
This
is
is
what you
not
believe
a
in." But like that's
random.
absolutely
You
ridiculous.
see, you are a hypocrite. This is not a random person. This is the only person your prophet he mentioned his name to explain Islam. The only name, Muhammad.
In the Quran, that's not true.
Yes, he mentioned that. What in the Quran, you idiot? He said Muhammad mentioned. You are saying to me in the Quran. Are you saying the Quran is made by Muhammad? Thank you very much.
What? Where does it say Muhammad said blah 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 about Jesus? Where does it say that in Ibn Abbas?
You said a random
It said
person.
Ibn Abbas narrated, and then he gave this entire like fantastical story about Jesus.
One by one.
Obviously, it's not true.
You're trying to escape the humility. You went so mute and silent when we showed you. You're a prophet explaining where the sun set. Let us finish this one and we continue.
Oh my God! Now you're derailing because you know it's not. You know Ibn Abbas is not authoritative. This is actually crazy.
Okay, can you give me a proof that Ibn Abbas is not authoritated?
Okay, is he the prophet?
Just to show you. Okay, in the process
Is he the prophet?
guys. Okay, guys, just to show you how stupid those Abdul. Here we go. This is Tafsir al-Baghawi, the biggest scholar of Islam, the master of Ibn Kathir. And this is the story in front of your eyes. So if this story is a fabricated, why it is exist in every Islamic book?
I mean, even
shut
okay,
up.
Sure. They can pull things from the Bible or from whatever, and then put it in their tafsirs. It still doesn't make it authoritative.
Shut up! It means
you can point to like 100 more scholars that say this is the story, but like I don't. It doesn't matter.
Jesus, peace be upon him, came to his grave and invoked the greatest name of God. He came out of his grave, half of his head great for fear of the day of judgment.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to like narrate the story.
So we find it in every book, and then they say to us, "This story is not true story." So look what we can.
Yeah, it's not a true story. It's not in the Quran. It's not part of this prophet's.
Okay, I will go, guys.
So
if a story is not okay, I will go with you. If a story is not in the Quran, it's not true. Can we come to that conclusion?
Yeah, sure. But I mean, I would also take stories from the prophet to be true.
Huh? A second ago, he said this is, but this is Ibn Abbas. He took it from Muhammad.
What?
This is story Muhammad. He is the one who said this is story. Ibn Abbas is saying what Muhammad said.
No, it doesn't. It said what
Ibn
Abbas narrated.
Ibn Abbas, is he a prophet? No. Where Ibn Abbas he learned? Ibn Abbas is a kid. He learned from his cousin.
Exactly, he's a kid who just heard random stories from random Christians. Obviously, he's going to say something
Abdul,
as ridiculous
no.
as this.
Okay, if he is a stupid and he is nobody, you Muslim should not put what he's saying. You see how hypocrite you are? If he is nobody, why you put his name to explain the Quran?
Okay. Did Ibn Abbas say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that?
Are you saying that Ibn Abbas saying I said that?
What? No, I'm saying did
I am
Ibn
saying,
Abbas say...
and I am saying, you idiot. Are you saying that Muslims, they take their religion? Hold on. Guys, did you see what happened? He just said that the Muslims, they take their religion from someone. He did not take it from Muhammad. So now, are you saying that you Muslims in your book, you take what somebody say, which is not what Muhammad say?
Yeah, we don't take random sayings by random people.
So why it is in your official book?
Yeah, okay, sure. There's a book by a famous scholar. It's called, I don't know, The Story of Nations or whatever, and it has a bunch of stories all the way from like Hindu literature. Does it mean it's authoritative? No, it doesn't.
Abdul,
it's just a story
this
in a
is
book
not a scholar.
about different
Idiot.
books.
This
like,
is not
is
just
irrelevant.
This is not a scholar. This is the cousin of your prophet, is a companion. And your prophet, he said, if you want to understand the Quran, take it from Ibn Abbas. And he prayed to Allah saying, may Allah make Ibn Abbas the ink of knowledge. Is that true?
Yes, that's true. That's a hadith.
So why you are saying it's not, why you should not take Ibn Abbas? If your prophet name him.
Yeah, any narration from Ibn Abbas is not authoritative. Any Muslim knows
You're a
this.
prophet, he did not name al-Bukhari, he did not name Muslim, he never met them. This is his cousin, he named him by name. He did not even name any. He said Ibn Abbas.
Also, Ibn Abbas was the greatest mufassir of the Quran. He is the cousin of Muhammad and one of the Sahaba. So what the hell are you talking about, totally?
Yeah, okay, but does this mean that any quotation from Ibn Abbas, who even Christian Prince admits is a child, to be
No,
authoritative
you
of
idiot.
the
No, you
religion
idiot.
Islam? No.
I said he's not
You
a
would have to
child.
be stretching like extreme boundaries in order to
guys,
make that
you see how
possible. And
stupid
it's
he
kind of
is?
crazy
was
that you
Ibn
would do that.
Abbas is a child. He was a child. He was young. You're an idiot. So Ibn Abbas now is a grown man, and he is teaching us what he learned from his cousin.
Where does it say
Muhammad.
the Prophet said this? Where does it say that?
So who said that?
Yeah, he said it out of his own volition, out of his own
Who's-
knowledge, where he got from somewhere. Allah
No,
A'lam, I
I'm
don't
asking
know.
you. I'm asking you. Are you accusing Ibn Abbas that he is a liar?
I'm saying he's just reciting a story he probably heard somewhere.
Where he heard it from who?
I don't know. You don't know either.
So look what happened. You said to us that Jesus is just a human, but the Jesus the human, he can tell you what you hide in your houses.
You
He
believe
can-
he's a human too.
Hold on. Jesus the human, he can walk on water, he can command nature, he can command the devil. Is it true?
Not through his own volition, no,
Hold
not by his own
on.
will.
Is
It's
it
only
true?
through Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Is it true? When Shaitan he sees Jesus, he will dissolve like salt?
Are you asking me if it's true?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. When Shaitan he see Muhammad, is he going to be dissolved like salt?
I don't know.
Okay, guys, the answer don't know. Okay, let me make it simple for you. Is it true that Muhammad he received his command from Shaitan?
Is it true that Muhammad received his command from Shaitan? No.
Uh-huh. I'm waiting.
Huh?
Huh? Either
I
you
said
say
no.
yes, no. But if we can prove that Muhammad received the command from Shaitan, what does that mean? What do you think? Muhammad is satanic. Thank you. Read with me and love. Your prophet, he admit that he received command from the devil, and he command me not, but to do good.
There's none of you who does not have his partner from among the jinn and his partner from among the angels put in charge of him. The hearers asked, does this also apply to you, Messenger of Allah? He says, it applies to me too, but God has helped me against him, and he has accepted Islam, so he commands me to do only what is good. So where does it say Shaitan?
Doesn't say Shaitan?
It says jinn.
All right. Let us see if it's jinn or not. Isn't it the jinn is a Shaitan? But let's make it more clear. Guys, it says jinn. Here we go. It's Shaitan.
I looked at for the Prophet Muhammad, for Prophet, or the Messenger of Allah, and I put my hand on his hair, and he said, your Shaitan has come to you. I said, don't you have a Shaitan? He said, yes, but Allah helped me with him, so he submitted.
Okay. So now who is the one is commanding Muhammad to do good? Shaitan.
What? It says that Allah helped me with him, he submitted.
Who? The devil. Is that correct?
The devil submitted, yes.
The devil, he command Muhammad to do good, correct?
What? Where did you get that?
Read it. Even the chapter name, Shaitan, how he sent his troop to tempt people. And then it says here, none amongst you, whom not attached from among the jinn, the devil, his companion. So he command me to do good. So who is the one commanding Muhammad to do good? The devil.
He does not command me, but for good.
Exactly. So who command Muhammad to do good?
He said, yes, but Allah helped me against him, so I am safe from his hand, but he does not command me, but for good.
Exactly. So who Muhammad received command from? The devil.
But it's not a shaitan anymore.
Well, he's a devil. Guys, the shaitan is not shaitan no more.
Yeah, shaitan is evil, so if he's no longer evil,
No.
evil is he
So
shaitan.
why he's calling him devil shaitan if he is not shaitan no more?
Yeah, I mean, he could, and it doesn't even say shaitan, it says
No, it says
jinn,
shaitan.
devil.
It says shaitan. It says shaitan. I showed you the hadith.
Wait, stop.
Abdul, just you see how stupid you are? Read. You
Where
see
does
the
it,
top?
wait, scroll down.
The mischief
Why are you
of
moving so
shaitan.
much?
Do you see the chapter? The mischief of shaitan. Do you see it?
Okay, I see.
All
Yes,
right.
I see
So,
the chapter
so
name.
what the
You don't
topic
need to
is?
show
What
it
the
to me
topic
yet.
is?
Can
The
you go
topic-
to the hadith?
So
Where
what
does
the,
it? Okay.
yes, the
Oh my
hadith.
God.
The hadith, shaitan, shayateen. Do you see it? So Who is the one doing mischievement? The shaitan. How
It
he
says
do it?
jinn in that hadith.
Oh, no, Abdul, unbelievable. Okay, you know what? Okay, Abdul, just to show you how stupid you are. Can you show me the word? Can you show me the word jinn?
Okay, can you go to the left, please?
No. Can you show me the word jinn without speaking
You
of
don't want to
shaitan?
show me the English.
No, I'm showing it to you. Okay, does it say in your translation the word devil?
Yeah, it says jinn parentheses devil. Okay,
Okay,
does this
so
mean the
is
word
it-
devil is in there?
is
No,
it-
it's just a
so-
parentheses devil.
So this is not devil.
Yeah, so amongst the jinn, the companion said, Allah's messenger with you. With you too. So he has a jinn too. Thereupon he said, yes, but Allah helps me against him. So I am safe from his hand. Whose hand? The jinn's hand. And he does not command me but for good.
So I will go with you. So if
this jinn helps
if
him
it is
do
not,
good.
so if
There's
it's not,
nothing wrong with this.
okay, so if it is not the shaitan, it's not the devil. Why it says here in the top the mischievement of shaitan?
I mean, this is the hadith collector's choice. I don't know why he put this under shaitan. You would have to
Okay,
ask
okay,
him. Ask him.
I will go with you.
You can't ask me this.
Okay, I will go with you. So if I show you the word that clearly says shaitan, is that okay? Is that will help you?
Go ahead, show me.
All right. You look like somebody have a diarrhea. So, guys, now we will show him the word shaitan, and now we will see if it is shaitan or not. Read with me.
Wait, you said I look like someone who has diarrhea? What does that even mean?
No, read with me. Does it say shaitan? Yes or no?
Aisha said that once when the God's messenger went out from her during the night, she was jealous regarding him. Then when he came and saw that what she was doing, he said, "What is the matter with you, Aisha? Are you jealous?" She replied, "Why should one like me not be jealous regarding one like you?" He said, "Your double has come to you." She asked, "Messenger of God, do I have a double?" He told her that she had, and when she asked him whether he had one too, he said, he replied, "Yes, but God has helped me against him so that I may be safe."
So is it shaitan or is it just a genie?
Okay, I still think it's a jinn because earlier it said
Just
jinn
get
parentheses
out
double,
of
so I think it's
here,
just
you-
equivocating.
You coward, low trashy person. Still I think it's just a genie. So he asked for shaitan, we saw him shaitan. He asked for, no, it still doesn't say shaitan. I mean, it doesn't matter what you show them. It doesn't say that, CP. Like, what the heck? Can you believe it, how hypocrite cowards they are? It says you're shaitan. It doesn't say shaitan. Show me the word shaitan. It says genie. You know why I kept you for long? Because we are having fun. I mean, look at this. Muhammad, he received command. Let us say, for the sake of argument, this is a genie. What kind of a prophet received command from the genie? Do you see the stupidity? Muhammad received command from Allah or from the genie. When Muhammad received a good command, he received it from who? Shaitan. It's in the front of you. If Muhammad is a prophet of God, why he is receiving command from Shaitan? Is it possible to be a prophet of God, receive command from God and Shaitan at the same time? And both of them, they give you good command? Huh? Do you see how they keep playing games, duct tape? First, you have to show me the word they. It's obvious, it's there. No, show me the word they. But then he used all words is not there. Universal, metaphorical, all things is not there, he used it. No, but you have to show him the word they. And then we make it so clear when his prophet explained how the sun set every day in a murky water, which is in total agreement with the Quran. proving that the Quran maker, author, is stupid. Immediately he switched the topic to talk about Jesus being a human. You see, the filthy Islam is like this. They come to you, they say Jesus is a human, you worship a human. But they will not dare to explain how the human is alive. According to Islam, everybody is dead. Why the human? He can create creatures. He can bring Noah and his sons, even those who died thousands of years ago. He can create from the mother bird. He can control nature. He can tell you what you hide in your houses. All of this is Jesus the human, so what is that for God? In fact, I have a challenge for the Mohammedan to show me one thing Jesus can do, Allah can do. None. How we prove it? Muhammad could not do any miracles given to him from his God. You see the video we played for you for this potato, run turn, Muslim run turn, the one I went to his page and he ran, the coward. He said, evidence. And what is the evidence? This is number 5. The evidence is miracles. Miracles. So where is the miracle of Muhammad? You will find the miracle of Muhammad is where? Is in the stories books which Muslims they keep saying to us da'if. In books written hundreds of years after Muhammad. You will not find a single miracle of Muhammad in the Quran. Even the one, the Muslim they claim this is about Muhammad, which is the splitting of the moon, is a miracle of stupidity, proving Muhammad to be false and doesn't even mention the word Muhammad. The Muslim they claim there is a miracle mentioned in the Quran, but nowhere it says this is Muhammad did this miracle. However, even if it does, which is not the case, look how stupid this so-called miracle. The eclipse, according to Muhammad, the moon is splitting. If the moon is split, this is an incident will be seen around the world and will cause a massive disasters. In fact, the earth will be destroyed. Why? Because the moon become 2 pieces, and that will force those pieces to change position. This is in the best scenario. The worst scenario, that at least one of those pieces will be grabbed by the earth and will hit the earth. Either one, that will cause a massive disasters, from tsunami and all things you can imagine connected to the moon movement. Who is the one who saw in any country in the world that the moon is split? I'm not talking about Christians only. You see, the Roman is in the borders of Saudi Arabia. In fact, at that time they are in Jordan. The Jews, they live in Saudi Arabia. The Indian, they are just across the sea, the Persian Gulf, which means like less than an hour. Not even maybe 60, 70 miles from the Arabian Peninsula. Who is the one who witnessed the moon splitting incident? The Chinese, the Japanese, the Persian, the Arab, the Roman, the African? Nobody. It is just an eclipse. The same one, the Muslim, they claim it's a miracle, prove Muhammad to be false. How? Read carefully. Muhammad, he claimed that the moon split and the judgment day just started. The moon split is a sign of the starting of the day of judgment. Well, did the day of judgment started? That was 1400 years ago. We know that there is many historians have nothing to do with the Christianity. pagan historians from everywhere. They write down whatever they see, even if it is about a wedding of a king. So imagine such an incident. All humanity, by the way, even those who have daytime, they can witness such a thing. Who is the one who witnessed this miracle? The Muslim, they answer in their video, they say the reason nobody noticed it because it happened for a few seconds. Few seconds? Are you sure? Few seconds. The verse says Allah split the moon. Anyone see in the verse where it says Allah put the moon together? Anyone see in the verse where it says Allah he put the moon together? Nowhere. Let us see. We have who is a Muslim? Abu Lahab is not a Muslim. Guys, we want only Muslims.
I will go see. Thank you for putting me here because it was about the turtle. Because the certified idiot he rejected Ibn Abbas, and I tried to explain him that Ibn Abbas is authentic.
My friend, who cares if Ibn Abbas is authentic or not? If the Quran saying that Jesus resurrected dead, it's mean any dead. I mean, this is how stupid they are, correct?
Yes,
he said, I resurrect the dead. That's mean he can resurrect all mankind. The dead. Anyone is dead. Jesus can resurrect. Muslims, they have a very low IQ. I am being patient with them just to show everybody watching how stupid Islam is. How they try to fix a problem which nobody can fix. If the Quran says, I resurrect the dead, it means any dead, including Muhammad. Correct?
Yes.
Any dead. If Jesus can resurrect Muhammad, so who is the God of Muhammad?
That's a huge problem for them. Because there is no any explanation. That's why I left Islam last year. I already talked to you. And the stupidity of these people is unbelievable. I cannot understand it. I mean, you don't have to be Albert Einstein to understand the stupidity of this religion.
All right, thank you. We have Patrol. Are you a Muslim, Patrol?
What I say, brother?
Hello, Christian Prince. It's an honor to meet you. No, I'm not a Muslim. I became like Christian 2-3 months ago. But I had a few questions that I always see like Muslims bring up on TikTok and stuff, and I have no idea how to reply to them.
So what you used to be before?
Like 2-3 years ago, I was a Muslim. Then I became an atheist because I look at the Quran and I saw that Aisha was like 6 and other stuff that you can like kill people. Then I left Islam. And 2-3 months ago, I became a Christian.
All right. So what the question the Muslims they ask you?
Like most of the times, they bring up the Old Testament, like why God killed this, why God killed that, and I have no idea how to reply to them. Like what would you say?
Okay, this is a good question. Why God do that? You know, if you read the same chapter, any chapter, like the chapter of the story of Samuel, this is mentioned in the Quran. That the enemies, they conquered the Jews, they killed their children, they raped their women, they took their holy book, and then Allah, He commanded them to go and kill them and slaughter them, and the Jews refuse. So the same story they reject, it is in their book. So the Jews, they believe in the law of eye for an eye. You come, you kill our women, you kill our children, you destroy our nation, well, we go and we destroy your nation. And this is their God command. In the top of that, and this can be found in the Quran in chapter 2, Al-Baqarah. So the stupid Muslims, they quote stories, they don't know that it exists in their own book. This is how stupid this religion is. Hilarious. But you know, because they are debating people who do not know what Islam is about. So they mention to you something you yourself do not know how to answer. But the second we show them that the same exact story is in their book, then they say it's okay. Muhammad, he killed the women and the children of the enemies. They ask Muhammad, what about those children and women we are killing? He says, they are from them. وَهُمْ مِنْهُمْ. And if we go in the Quran, you will see the story mentioned, how those people, they come, and you can read the interpretation of it. Jihad is commanded according to the Quran, the same as commanded to the Jews. Not only for the Muslims, because the Jews, according to them, they are Muslims. And when those people, they attack the Jews and they kill their women and their children, Allah command them to go and fight them and kill them, but they refuse. So Muslims are very hypocrite people. And you know, look the chapter I'm reading here. I mean, what those verses have to do with the story I'm going to show you. I mean, what this have sex with the children, divorce, the Quran is messed up. You know, why even the story of the Jews is exist in such a place? Shouldn't be, you know, shouldn't be is, you know, in different place, shouldn't be. So here you will see, don't you see what happened to the group of the children of Israel? This is the story. Chapter 2, verse number 246. You go read it. Allah, he command. It says that those people, they killed every single woman who is descended from a prophet of God, except one. And that one gave birth to a prophet Samuel. This is in their book. And then Allah commands Samuel to launch war against the kuffar and kill them all. The Jews refuse. They said no. And you will see in the same verse says why. Read carefully. When he said to them, they said to him, appoint to us a messenger, a king. So we will fight for Allah in Allah's way. He said, would you then refrain from fighting? They said, why we will refrain from fighting those who driven us from our homes and our children's and family are taken as captive. Do you see it?
Yes.
This is in the Quran. This is the story. So what they did to them? They took their women, their children, and even they killed them. If you read the interpretation, they killed a lot of women and children. So
yes,
Allah commanding them to go and kill them back as a return for their aggression. The Muslim, they say to you, why the God of the Christians commanding this when this is in their book?
Yes, I agree.
So,
Okay,
but
thank
here,
you very
friend,
much.
but here you see the Muslim, they take advantage of our ignorance. And
Yes.
I'm not trying to insult you, but we have, you know, we have lack of knowledge, and the Muslim, they will take advantage of you. So now you know the reference for that. Chapter 2, you can read it from verse number 46, 47, and you can read the interpretation for it. Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Jalalain, whatever you want. So Muslims are a bunch of hypocrites. Same time, is Islam against killing the children? What they say to you, yes? Okay.
Yeah, they would say yes.
No, they cannot say that because simply even the Quran confirmed that. Here we go.
Yeah, I agree, but you know, they always say yes, Quran is peaceful, and when you look up, it's messed up.
No. Oh no, who care what they say? So the Quran speak about the Zulqarnain, a fiction name. Muhammad, he copied from the legends of Gilgamesh. He found a child, and this is child. He don't like him. He is going to be bad one day. He will leave Islam. So what they do? He killed him.
Oh.
So according to the Quran, if you suspect that a child one day, he might leave Islam, we kill him when he is a child. So what about a child already not a Muslim? Do you understand? If I can kill a child, he is a Muslim, and he is a son of a Muslim family.
Yeah.
Why I will not be able to kill somebody? He is not a Muslim at all, and he is a child. Verse number 80 explain verse number 676.
Yes, yes.
Verse number 74, sorry. So 74 is explained in 80 why he killed him. As for the boy, his parents were believers, and we feared lest he should oppress them. So what we do? We cut his head. Yet he is little boy, and he is a Muslim.
Yeah, I see. Crazy, man.
All right, my friend. Thank you. I'm happy that you left Islam and you are Christian now.
Thank you very much. It was an honor to speaking with you, man. God bless you.
Same here. God bless. Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Get to go. The mic is yours. Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, me and you had a talk last time about the stone thing. Yeah, we were talking about still it's actually on YouTube as well. But I never got to diverse on that, but yeah.
Remind me. I don't understand. You know, what stone?
Yeah, last time I was saying the stone is a stone, and then you were not letting me diverse on what I was trying to say.
Are we talking about the black
So I
stone?
was trying to say,
Are we talking about the black stone? Okay, the stone is a stone. What does that mean?
stone is just like a stone. It's not like very. It doesn't mean any significant. It's like holy sites where you can get closer to. Like it's like a. It's not. It's an interpretation. It's in the sense of. If you do this, you might. It's like it's showing something. It's not like a pagan thing where you're.
Okay.
It's like
why
Zionists. It's not like
okay, I will go with you. Why your prophet he kissed the black stone?
He's just showing to Allah like that it means something to him. Like
Why?
it's not really
Why
worshipping anything. It's just like
you just said
like,
Islam. You just said Islam is not a pagan religion. So why kissing the stone will show Allah something? Don't Allah know everything? How I can show Allah that I believe in Him by kissing a stone? I'm listening. I don't hear you.
Oh yeah, it's like the Bohemian Grove. It's like where they worship something, but they're actually doing some pagan ritual. The Zionists, but this is not.
What Zionist? We're talking about Muhammad. Is Muhammad a Zionist now?
No, he's not. He's just.
Okay, let me repeat the question again. So, why I need to kiss the black stone to show Allah that I believe in Him? What is the connection?
Why do you?
What is the connection?
Why do we do altars? Why do in history? Why do like the red heifer, like the red cows? Why are the Jews trying to kill those cows? And then now they're trying to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque and then trying to build a new.
What are you talking about? Hold on, my friend. So you are mixing things up. If let us say, for the sake of argument, there is somebody is a Hindu. He believes that the cow is his mother. Do you believe the black stone is your mother?
No, because I have a common sense and I know.
Who is the one who forgives sin? Allah or the black stone?
Allah.
If you kiss the black stone, does it forgive your sin?
No.
All right. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a second again, please.
Because last time I was trying to explain to you, and then I saw people.
No problem. Problem.
These people were. Yeah, I was talking to them afterwards, and then they were swearing at me, and then they were saying stuff like I was stupid, and I was just saying I never got enough time to say what I wanted to say.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So I asked you if the black stone erased your sin. You said no. So now, if we show you that the black stone erased your sin, does that mean that you are pagan and worshiping a pagan god?
I'm not pagan because I'm not worshipping it as if it's the god of the gods.
No. Okay, no. Who is the one who forgave your sin? Allah or the stone?
Allah.
If you kiss the black stone, is that going to erase your sin?
Yeah, Allah said so, that's why.
Allah said so?
Yeah.
Where Allah He said so, that if you kiss the black stone, your sin will be forgiven.
Yeah, we know, like he said it, like we know, once you do it, you actually, it's like a thing where Allah, it shows that you came there and you did something where you're showing that you have the way you devoted, yeah, like you're
My friend, you are making me dizzy.
devoted.
You are all over.
Devoted to your religion.
You are all over the place. Let us focus again. If I kiss the black stone,
Yeah.
why my sin will be forgiven?
You won't, because you have the intention. But if you were a Muslim, like a Musliman, then that'd be a different thing, because then you'd have the intention of going there and actually fulfilling the action, which will then mean something to the God which you are showing this thing. So it's not like it's not like a real, it's not like the way you're trying to say it is.
So what it is, why? So you are trying to avoid the question. If Allah is the one who forgives sin, how by kissing the black stone my sin is forgiven?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that, like, once you, like, if you do that, like, if you do certain things like that, if you do kiss the black stone and you do go there and you do kiss it and you do perform the action, it might seem like you're not doing anything, but it's like a form of worship to Allah, because you actually.
But isn't this what the Arab pagan they do? The Arab pagan, they used to kiss stones, still they worship Allah. They believe that Allah is the one who forgives their sin, but they kiss the same stone, the black stone, before Islam. To why? Because they believe that the God will forgive their sin.
No, those the Muslims, the people that you're talking about, those are kuffar, those are not real Muslims. I'm talking about the real Musliman.
No. You see why they are? You are the kuffar because you are doing the same as the Arab used to do before Islam, right?
No, the Arabs you're talking about today, the Arabs that lived back then, is a whole different thing. Because Arabs today is not the same kind of Arab.
They are the same Arab. The Arab at that time, they are different from the Arab today. Okay. So
yeah, the Arabs today.
I'm not talking about the Arab today. I'm talking about. Okay, you know what? I will go with you just to show how smart you are. Is the black stone in the time of your Prophet Muhammad is the same black stone you have today?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. In fact, there's nothing left of the black stone. Let me show you. And, I hope you will not die laughing at what you just said, because there's literally nothing left of the black stone. Let me show you. Give me a second. Here we go. This is a good picture, actually, which is big size. Look with me. What is inside the black stone? Nothing. It's gone. There's little tiny. Do you see it? Look, the rest, all the brown you see is wax. So now, you kiss the black stone is going to erase your sin. But there's nothing left of the black stone. You have wax. In fact, the picture you see in the top, they are doing maintenance to the black stone, and then in the top of that, they put in the top of it perfume, because people, they kiss it, they make it smell so bad. And they put a liquid to cover the wax, so it's not going to be dissolved by the heat.
It doesn't matter what they're doing to it. It doesn't matter what kind of...
hold on.
Yeah.
But this is a proof that Islam is a lie. Because if the black stone is going to witness for Muslims, as your Prophet said, in the day of judgment, and there's no black stone left.
There's some black.
Where is the black stone? There's no black stone. Do you see? Look, count them. Small, tiny, little, tiny purples. You know, look, rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. Where's the black stone? Where is the black stone? Where is the black stone is going to witness for you in the day of judgment?
Where do you think it's gone then?
Huh?
Where do you think, if it's not there, where do you think it's gone? Do you think someone stole it?
I will tell you, Al-Qurmuti, he took the black stone, he make it as a purple stone for a long, long time. He was pissing on it for 21 years. And then the Muslim, they paid him money to get it back. He gave them those little tiny rocks.
wait, so who stole it? Wait, who took the black stone?
Huh?
Wait, you said that someone stole it or something?
Yeah, a guy, his name is Al-Qurmuti. He came with his army. He destroyed the Kaaba. And not only that, he was shouting, where is your elephant? Where is your birds? Because there's a chapter in the Quran.
He's a crusader, right? Was he a crusader or something? Or
No, he is he's a Muslim Shia.
oh, so he was a Shia, so that's what you believe that he did.
But hold on, why you're changing topic? What does this have to do with this? Who cares? Who is he? Even let us say he is a Christian. Let us say he is a Hindu. Who cares? This is a proof that everything you have is a lie. According to Muslims, Allah protect the Kaaba. Here we go. The guy, he destroyed the Kaaba. He took the black stone. He make it, according to you, the black stone erase your sin. You said Allah, he says so. Okay, so this is the most part of the Kaaba. He destroyed the whole Kaaba. He took the black stone. He make it a purple stone for 21 years. And then in order to get it back, he did not give it to you back. He gave you stew through rocks. Look what you have. Where is the stone? Allah could not preserve the stone? How you Muslim, you Muslim kissing what? You are kissing the rocks. Where is the stone?
Still, like, it's not like that. It's like you can misinterpret things sometimes. Like, you can pray in the wrong Al-Aqsa or something, or you can do the wrong thing.
My friend, why you are changing topic? What's wrong with you? I asked you from the beginning. You came to talk about. It's you who chose the topic, correct, guys? Isn't it him who said I was talking to you about the stone, and we went back to zero to talk about the stone? Okay, let us talk about the stone. I said the Hadith says your Prophet said that the black stone and the Yemeni corner, if you touch them, it erases your sin.
Yeah.
I asked you why you do it. You said because if you do it, you are showing Allah, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
But according to your Prophet, the black stone is going to witness for you in the day of judgment. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. But there's nothing left of the stone. That means the promise is a lie. How the stone will witness for you? According to your Prophet, the stone is going to have a tongue, a mouth, eyes, and is going to witness for you. But there's nothing left. And what is the guarantee even that this is from the black stone itself? Because look at them. Each one of them have different color. How we know that this is from the black stone, the original one?
We don't. So with this, it's a very deep topic, but even if we don't know, if we do know, it's still the intention that matters at the end of the day. So yeah.
My friend, I'm going to change the topic just for your sake. Give me anything can prove to me Islam is from God. Anything.
Yeah, like the prophecies. Oh, in the future there's going to be.
Give me a prophecy. Give me a prophecy. Like what?
Right. The Arabs who are going to be in without even anything to wear, and they're gonna in the future they're going to be building higher towers, like higher.
That's
buildings.
wonderful. You see, look how stupid what you just said. I'm not insulting, by the way. You know, that's how I talk. So don't be offended.
Also, the prophecy of the Romans, and I think the Romans.
No problem.
Or something
Okay, which one you want to talk about the Arab or the Roman? Choose one. One by one.
The second one, the
Roman.
Romans. Yeah, the Romans.
Let us see, and you will laugh with me now about your prophet, at what he said. Look, what your prophet he said. According to the miracle of the Quran, that the Roman will be victorious. This is a prophecy. Muhammad, he said after the Roman became victorious. Read it. Read it. How that is a prophecy?
You're right. Read it.
Read it. Read it.
Yeah. So Abu said narrated, on the day of Badr, the Romans had the victory over the Persians, so the believers were pleased with that. Then the following was relieved: Aleph Lam Mim. The Romans have been defeated up to his saying, the believers will rejoice with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. 31:5. He said that, so the believers were happy with the victory of the Romans over the Persians.
So how this is a prophecy if the prophecy came after the Roman became victorious? So your prophet, he prophesied the Roman would be victorious a day after the Roman became victorious? Let me tell you, I want to tell you a prophecy, but this is between me and you, please. Don't tell it to anybody. Trump, he will win the election in 2016.
Okay.
What do you think about my prophecy? Isn't it amazing?
What did you say?
Trump, he will win the election in 2016.
Yeah.
What do you think about my prophecy? I just prophesy about something happened already. So you're a prophet, he prophesied about something happened already. How this is a prophecy? It says the Roman, they become victorious, and the following verse was revealed.
Yeah.
Let me show you more, as long as we are talking about the Roman. So this is not a prophecy, this is a stupid thing. Let us see what your prophet said. According to your prophet, that the Roman, they will become the majority of mankind. Do you agree that judgment day will not come until the Italiano, they will become the majority of mankind?
Today.
Huh?
We don't know yet if they. We don't know if.
What do you mean we know? We know Italy is a small, tiny country, and the population is shrinking. According to your prophet, yes, my friend. What do you mean we do not know? Already, Italy. Are you saying now the Italian they will start having sex non-stop, and women they will have 1 billion child before they die? So we know.
Eastern Orthodox Christians and near
what Orthodox? The Roman. What does have to do with all that? My friend, the Roman is an ethnic. It's not about a church name, Orthodox or
right.
Okay. So when you're a prophet, he says the Roman, they will be the majority of mankind. I'm trying just to find the hadith. So was he saying the truth, or he gave false prophecy?
I think he meant the genetic material that makes most of people in Europe, and today it comes from Europe, it comes from the Roman lineage, as you go your ancestors wise. I think most people are coming
is
from
the
Europe.
European okay, I will go with guys. The Romans suddenly became Europe, all of Europe.
I think the common ancestors Roman people.
Listen. Duct tape cannot work this way. Is the European, I will go with you, is the European or the majority of mankind?
I know evolution theory, and I know all about the ancestral genome.
What?
So, yeah, I used to study in evolution and abiogenesis and all that stuff.
What revolution? What Genesis? Oh, listen, I'm asking you a question. Is the European the majority of mankind?
Not today, but it might be in the future. We don't know how long the.
This is about the day of judgment. Okay, all right.
Dunya will carry on.
Okay, guys, if accept, maybe in the day of judgment they will be the majority. It's something we do not know. All right, but I will go with you. You said to me, you see, I want you to remember this. You said this will happen in the day of judgment, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Let me show you first the reference before we move to that, because we will connect both together to what you mentioned to me. Right. You said you want to talk about the Arab, they build high building, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So let us go first here, and we will go to that one. And then you will see how Muhammad get busted by you. Thank you very much. So according to your prophet, and this is Sahih Hadith, as you see, that the judgment day will not happen. The last hour will happen when the Roman would form the majority among the people.
Right.
Okay. You said, we don't know that this will happen in the day of judgment. But now, if Muhammad is saying the truth, it should happen, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Let us go to different hadith and connect them together. And again, for those who do not know which reference I'm showing here, this is Sahih Muslim, hadith number 2898b. All right? For those who are watching in Rumble, YouTube, etc. Now, and always, by the way, if you want to find something, you can type the same words you see in the screen. You will find it in Google. Raise the screen and you can type it from your side. Now, let us go and see the hadith, other hadith. And then we will connect the dots together and we will come to the conclusion if your prophet is a false prophet or not. Here we go. Your prophet, he described the Arab, they will build high buildings, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Let us see. I'm clicking, the page is not opening. Let us hope it's going to open. Come on. All right, finally. Okay, read with me. You're a prophet based on what you said is a false prophet.
Yeah, Allah's messenger, Muhammad said that the hour will not be established one till two big groups fight each other, whereupon there will be a great number of casualties on both sides. They will be following one another on the same religious doctrine till about the 30 Dajjals liars appear, and each one of them will claim that he is Allah's subhanahu wa ta'ala's messenger. Prophet Muhammad said, till the religious knowledge is taken away by the death of religious scholars, earthquakes will increase in number, time will pass quickly, afflictions will appear, al-hajjaj, i.e. killing, will increase, till the want of the ambulance so abundant that a wealthy person will worry lest nobody should accept his zakat, and whenever he will present it to someone, that person to whom it will be offered will say, I am not in need of it, till the person completes with one another in constructing high buildings, till a man, when passing by a grave of someone, will say, would that I were in his place, until the sun rises from the west. So when the sun will rise and the people will see it rising from the west, they will all
okay, that's enough, that's enough. Focus with me now. Focus with me. In order for the Arab to build high building, how many things have to happen first? Read with me.
Right.
This is number 9. This is number 9, right? The Arab building, correct? Okay. So first, we should have people, they are self-sufficient, they do not need money no more, correct?
Yeah.
I am not in need of it. So if you offer him money, he will say, I am not in need of it, correct?
Right.
Okay, so now the Arab are building those buildings since long time ago. Is people around the world, including the Middle East, are not in need of money no more?
I think they're talking about the rich man only.
What?
Don't talk about the rich
No,
ones
no,
only.
no, 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 no. Here we go. They should not accept zakat. Zakat, you give it to the poor. You don't give it to the rich. The wealth will be abundance. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, the wealth for everybody. So abundant that a wealthy person who will worry last nobody should accept his zakat. So the wealthy person, the wealthy person, he want to give zakat, he want to give donation, but nobody need it. He give donation to who? To the poor, correct?
We give it to other rich people.
Rich people, they give donation to the rich people?
Yeah, probably like their own family or something, or friends.
According to your understanding, this is saying that the wealthy man, he gives donation to the wealthy man?
Yeah, the other Muslim ummas and empire, the Ottoman Empire, this is why they built so much.
What? Hold on. When a wealthy man, a Muslim man, he gives zakat, he give it to who?
Whoever he will, so mostly like poor person.
Who? Poor person.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah.
All right. So now, the wealthy man, he want to give, because the wealth is so abundance. He want to give donation, but nobody need it. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. That's
Yeah.
mean that everybody is having a wealthy life. Correct?
Huh?
Everybody have wealth. Nobody needed no money.
Yeah.
All right. But based on the order, as you see, the Arab, they will build high building after all those things happen. But this is mean Muhammad is a false prophet, because until now in the Middle East, people are so poor and they are dying from hunger.
But they don't need it in the sense of they don't need it to survive, but they can still survive
No,
without
it says, I do not need it. You offer it to them, they say, I do not need it. Go
I
to,
think they meant
go,
like they
go
don't
to
need-
Egypt. I
they
can,
need Allah.
hold on, don't
They
make,
need,
my friend, don't make things up. It says, I offer zakat to who? To the poor. Nobody will take it. Why? Because wealth is abundance.
Yeah.
So all the earth will have abundance wealth. To the point,
Yeah.
nobody will accept donation from anybody. Why I want to take money from you if I don't need money? So if this is what happened before the Arab build high building. Not only that, the killing will increase. Okay, how killing will increase, but wealth is all over the place? That's stupid. Time will pass quickly. Okay, now Emirat building high building. Is our day shorter? Then he says that the knowledge of religion will be taken away by the death of religious scholars. Is it? Do you believe that nobody have religious knowledge about Islam no more?
We do know a lot of religion is being like destructive, but it's not like
No. We are talking about Islam. We're talking about Islam. So,
Islam.
do you believe there's no more Muslims have knowledge of Islam no more?
No, there is a lot who still do, but the thing is that we all know like the Zionist American
But Abdul, don't mix things up. What does Zionist have to do with this? You're a prophet saying the knowledge about Islam will be taken away. What? I mean, you Muslim, you see the Zionist in your dream? We are talking about your prophet speaking that Islam taking away the knowledge.
Right.
What does have to do with the Jews?
He's right though.
Okay, so now do we have still scholars who they are Muslims, or we don't have no more?
There's lots of Muslims like in Saudi Arabia and in a lot of places who are not really.
Answer me the question. Either you say yes or no.
Yeah, I think a lot of Muslims are no longer.
This is not the question. This is not the question. Do you still have Muslim scholars have knowledge about Islam now? Yes or no?
No.
All right. So, based on what you are saying, well, the judgment day started then, long time ago. Because look, if this has happened, that means there's 30 Dajjal, they came already. Can you name for me one? Huh?
No, we're waiting.
It says there is 30 Dajjal, they will come before that. You said that there's no more scholars. I agree, only Christian Prince. The only one, the only one is a true scholar in Islam is a Christian Prince. Thank you very much. All Muslim they are not. Now.
No, what I mean is that the Messiah has to come here. Obviously, the world is waiting yet. Like we don't know yet when he's coming. But
stop saying we don't know yet. This is have to happen. Listen, no, you know, because you said that the hadith saying those things will happen before the Arab build high buildings. Stop ducking tape. I mean, what you are saying is so stupid, man. This is will happen before the Arab build high buildings. So the Arab, they are building high buildings since 70 years ago, thanks to the American and the oil. So now the Arab already have high buildings 70 years ago. All those prophecies, none of them happen.
Hey, obviously the Antichrist will be coming like probably very soon.
My
like,
friend, what does have to do? Hold on. Stop talking about the Antichrist. You mentioned to me that the Arab, they will build the high buildings, and you say this is a prophecy prophesied by Muhammad. Wonderful. But you're a prophet saying all those things have to happen, and this one will happen. So now, none of those things happen.
Oh, this happened.
No.
Everything that he said happened.
None of them happen. Okay, hold on. two greater groups, number of casualty will happen a war between two groups from the same religion. Can you name for me the war happen between two groups, which is the sign of the day of judgment, which is from the same religion?
Probably like
what?
Muslims, maybe Muslim, Sunni and Shia, or like some kind of different sect somewhere else.
But this has happened since the time of Muhammad.
Yeah, but everything, but stuff like this, true, like religions killing their own people who don't agree with their own sects, different sects.
My friend, so now,
anyway.
but you see, all of those provide to us a false prophet, because in order for the Arab to build high buildings, all those things before that point have to pass, including that they will be shorter. So the Arab, they build high buildings more than, in fact, the Arab, they have high buildings before Muhammad. You never heard of the buildings in Yemen?
Yeah.
The building of Yemen's, you know, they are high, and there's many floors, and they are Bedouin, they are bare feet, they don't even wear clothes, especially like, you know, the one who live the same way they live in the time of Muhammad.
So what?
So all the prophecies is false.
It doesn't really directly prove much, but like...
No, it's proved directly. Okay, hold on, my friend. Focus with me. If the Arab will build high buildings, and this is a prophecy. This is a prophecy is number 1, number 9, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, in order for this one to happen, all the previous one have to happen. Do we agree?
Yeah.
All right. Let us go to the one before number 9 right away. Are we in the stage where nobody need money?
No, we need power.
Nobody need money.
We don't really want money. We want power, though. And
what power? What power, my friend? What power? We are talking about zakat. I mean, I don't know what the IQ you have. Zakat is little money, is a percentage of money you give to the poor. Stop being stupid. What power? So now, a rich man, I'm calling you stupid because you give me an answer. I have nothing to do with the question. What power? What power? Did we mention power? Why you are talking about power? So a rich man wanna give donation. Anyone will accept it? No. Why? Because wealth is abundance. Is it correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, in order for the Arab to go to the second step to build high buildings, we should reach this point where nobody need money no more. Is that the situation in the earth now?
No.
So the Arab already built high building, correct?
Yeah.
That means your prophet made a false prophecy. Because if this is what happened, then the Arab will build high building. But this has happened already. The Arab high building long time ago. And nobody have wealth. What wealth you are talking about? Where? People are desperate for food, for money, for water.
It's probably different interpretation or something. Yeah.
Different what?
It probably just means something else, but like, I don't really know.
But a second ago it mean build high building. Now it's build something else. It says like a donation. Nobody will accept. Does it say abundance of wealth?
We don't really know how deep it goes in that sense. If you can look at it at the surface level.
Yeah, difficult.
You won't really be able to get it.
Yeah, it's difficult. So you see, everything you said to me is debunked so easy, and your prophet is a false prophet. Anything else? You have to prove Islam to be from God. This alone is enough. This is alone is enough to prove Muhammad is a fraud.
Yeah.
That's it. Muhammad is a fraud. He lied.
I just want to talk about how I came to Islam and why I think Islam is true.
Why you think Islam is true?
Yeah. So first, I used to be an atheist. I used to be an agnostic. I used to deny God's existence.
Give me a reason why you think Islam is true. My friend, don't tell me your life story. Tell me why you think Islam is true.
Because like looking at the universe and looking at the theory of evolution and abiogenesis, that life can come from a singular cellular prebiotic ocean from molecular life or proteins, molecules, amino acids.
My friend, hold on. What does this have to do with Islam? So now we have earth, we have a sky, we have trees, we have birds, we have dogs, we have cats.
No.
Okay. What does have to do with Islam? No, I want you to tell me how you can prove to me Islam is the truth.
Because there's no way that evolution.
My friend, what does have to do with the evolution? My friend, focus with me. We Christian, we don't believe in such a garbage. We believe God created everything. So don't give me this garbage. I'm asking you. I'm not an atheist. Somebody told you I'm an atheist?
No, I'm trying to talk about why I'm no longer atheist.
Exactly. So now, how we know Islam is the truth? Christianity does not believe in evolution. God did not create a chicken and then the chicken became a man. So now I'm asking you, what is the proof? Okay, I'm losing my voice. What is the proof that Allah is a true God?
So, Allah is a true God because there's no way anything can exist like this without a being of like one being, like not three gods at one time. So the thing is, Allah is like one God. Like even if you say, "Oh, Jesus was the eternal Lord with God and the Holy Spirit, and they were controlling they were living forever."
Okay. Hold on. Okay, guys. Okay, Allah is one God. When you say Allah is one God, there's other gods?
Oh, there's one being who is living on his eternally forever.
Okay, if Allah is only one God, how that prove that He is the creator? Because it might be there's many gods from different kinds. So Allah is one God.
One singular
my friend.
being.
Okay, I have a chicken. It's one of its kind. Is that your God?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't have any supernatural powers.
How many Iblis there is? Iblis.
As far as I know, there's only one.
Does that mean you are now believing in the oneness of God, which is Iblis?
I don't believe. I'm not a Satanist, so I don't believe Satan is God.
Okay, but you keep saying to me he's one. Who care about the number? Same time, we Christian, we believe in one God. We don't believe in three gods. We believe in one God. You don't agree with the Trinity? Who care? Because at the end of the day, it's not you who decide. It's not you who design God. It's not you who said to God. If your God, he said he's three. He's three and one at the same time. Are you going to dispute with him?
No.
See? So you accept without even questioning. That means you are being hypocrite. So either we accept God as he's saying, or we reject God if we don't like how he look like or how he is formed. Okay.
If you read the Old Testament.
All right, I want to go with you. Allah is one God.
Yeah.
With one hand or two hands?
Huh?
Allah is one God with one hand or two hands?
Yeah. I don't know, because he's eternal being who has a choice.
What?
To create why there's something rather than nothing. The answer why there is something rather than nothing. God exists outside of space.
I am not asking you. Focus. Why, you guys?
Yeah.
You need the patience of God. Help me. Your God is one God. He have one hand or two hands?
I don't know. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how God's structured.
If Allah is one God, do God need hands to accomplish things?
No, I think the mind of God is so much powerful than the human mind. It just thinks it into existence.
Well, if Allah, he called it hands, obviously it's hands.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if Allah is God, why he have two hands?
He probably wanted to make it
himself. What?
He wants to make himself have hands.
So he don't need them?
Hypothetically, I guess he doesn't need it, but he wants it.
Are you sure?
I don't know. According to his character, I guess it's his choice on what he wants to do.
His choice? So are you saying to me Allah have hands just to make himself look better? You don't use them?
Probably. I don't know.
Just for like a decoration?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the Quran says clearly that Allah created Adam using his two hands. So, is Allah the one God in need of hands, or he do not need hands?
Probably, I don't know if he needs it or doesn't need it, but he did say he did do it with the two hands, so probably he needed his two hands, I guess, yeah.
Probably. You see how you don't know anything about your God. A second ago your God don't have hands. A second after your God have hands. A second before, do your God need hands to create? No, do not need hands. And then Allah, did Allah create it by his hand? No, he do not need hands, Allah. And then, okay, now Allah have hands. So you agree, whatever you show you, just because it's in the Quran, you don't discuss no more. So here the hypocrisy. Either we accept God, that he is almighty, he do not need to have hands,
right,
like the human. The Christian believe that Jesus came, he have two hands. But you know what? Jesus, he came with two hands because he came to us in the image of a man. So that makes sense. Okay, Allah, now he is not a man. Now he is not only an image of a man, he is using his hands to create. So now let us go back to zero. Do Allah need his hands to create?
I get what you're saying. Okay, you're saying that your God doesn't need hands, but he came in the sense
don't change. Don't switch to my God. I'm asking you. Do your God Allah need hands to create Adam?
Yes.
Okay. I thought Allah, he said to Adam, be, and he was.
Yeah. It's probably like a deeper philosophy, but like to it, but like I guess,
But I guess, no, you drive me crazy, man. You are making me dizzy. Honestly, I don't know. Thank God I'm not driving. I will have an accident immediately. Yes, oh guys, take exit. What is that? So now, if Allah is God, why he have two hands, and he need to use his two hands to create Adam?
To make sure that he actually exists.
So Allah will not be exist unless he have hands.
Yes. I don't know.
Really? Is that because the police will check his fingerprints so they can make an ID for him?
In the mental topic, I'll say, I guess the police are just human beings in a costume.
No. If Allah, are you saying to me, Allah, he cannot be exist, and there's no proof of him unless he have two hands?
I don't know. I haven't really seen him, but yeah.
But it's you who said to me, to prove that he exists, he have hands.
I haven't seen him or not seen him, so I'm not sure.
All right, my friend, thank you. Take a hike. When you see him, let me know. Lord have mercy. You see all the work we do and nobody leave us a comment after we finish. Look how the chat is boiling with comments. After they finish, nobody leave a comment. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, then 200 comments. People, they come here for entertainment. I lose my voice. I lose my health. My feet is frozen from sitting all this time without moving. I did not go to the bathroom for many hours. I did not grab a cup of water. And they will not leave a comment. Yesterday I asked for the same thing. Can you, for the sake of the shin of Allah, leave a comment? We have 200 comments. People are shameful. Disgusting. They come here just for fun, to laugh at the Muslims. And I laugh at you. You are no better. Because the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. I am here laughing at Muhammad so I can save the Muhammadan. I'm not here to laugh at the Muslim, to laugh at the Muslims. You are here to do what? You are here to laugh. How stupid Muhammad is. But you are not willing to share and make a comment. The chat is boiling. And look, the second we start saying things, they start leaving. They feel their shame. Look, Less than 20 seconds ago, we have 1500 something. Now we have 1433. Shameful people. Do you think it's fun for me to come every day and deal with this garbage? Seriously, do you think this is fun for me? Speaking to those donkeys? In fact, if you speak to a donkey, you might teach him something. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But you shall know them from their fruits. Muslims are stupid people. They try to duct tape their religion. That made Islam more stupid. Good for us. However, that is not enough. Still, the majority of you know nothing about Islam, and the Muslims, they take advantage of your children. Why? Because you don't share the video, you don't share the link, you don't teach. You don't, how your children will learn? The most famous videos in YouTube are Muslim videos. Am I wrong? Which does that mean? That your children will watch them, they will not watch me. Thanks to you. So do you see now why I keep insisting do something? Say something? So children, they will not be fooled, and they will not be deceived by such a scumbag, stupid religion. Satanic cult. I don't care really if people watch my videos or not. Does it make me money? I am even refusing to monetize my channel in YouTube, and YouTube keep harassing me. I don't want to monetize it. If I monetize it now, people will start giving donation, like many channels. You take monetizing from them, they stop coming. Me, I refuse to monetize. So do something useful. Share what you learned. Save reference, educate yourself, teach your children, teach your neighbors. Share the truth. If you are really true believer in Christ, well, bring a Christ to those who need him. And as you see, those foolish people, they are so naive. Look at this poor guy. You see, even when I call them stupid, I'm not insulting. I'm trying to make them wake up. It's like when you slam a buddy in his face because he faint, you know, he's drunk. You don't slam his face because you want to beat him. No, you're trying to make him wake up. We are not here to laugh at the Muslims, even though Islam is a joke. We are here to save them from the garbage of Muhammad. So I want to say to all Muslims who watch me today, all of you are a bunch of idiots. Your Quran is corrupt. We can prove it in 2 seconds. Your Quran is full of errors. We can prove it in 2 seconds. The Arabic Quran is very laughable, and I am an Arab, and I can prove it in 2 seconds. Your Quran science is a joke, and we can prove it in 2 seconds. The history in the Quran is very wrong, and we can prove it in 2 seconds. The prophecy of your prophet is a very funny, stupid ones, and we can prove it in 2 seconds. What is left? So when they brag about prophecy, science, error, no contradiction, I mean, the Quran is a book of contradiction. From the first page to the last page. Last call. Who is a Muslim want to take any topic before we go? Mayday, last call. I'm tired. You can take advantage of me. I'm here for many hours. Who is a Muslim want to take advantage of me? Now I'm weak. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. In the top of that, I need to go to the bathroom. Who want to take advantage of all the weakness I have right now? Want to jump to the mic and get me busted? Come on, the guy who was fighting Muslim one after one, he will be tired now, exhausted. Who is a Muslim want to take the mic and smash me? The same guy is coming back. Why are you coming back? Didn't you have enough? Go.
No, I just want to talk about something else. I just want to, if you want to talk about it.
Something else like what?
I want to talk about if no God existed, what would you be your theory on why the
My friend, I don't know how smart you are. Those things you can say to someone is an atheist, not me. I believe in God.
No, but I was going to ask you what would be your theory on the evolution and like the Big Bang and everything.
Why when I have a theory of those things? Those things is a joke. I believe in God. That's it. God created Adam.
No, but like we find fossils all the time, and we obviously there's missing links, but we do find evidence for like a hominin species of some sort, and there is like a link. Like we do microevolution is true. Like we do breed dog species, and we do see that it's possible in the small run. But eventually, like 1 meter will eventually turn into 1 mile if you keep on adding it up. So like Darwin's theory of those birds. So do you think, as us two being theists, do you think we should take in the evolution? Do you think we should do you think it makes sense? Like
you are trying to change topic to divert it from laughing at your God. That's all. I answer you in a very simple. Science is an application of a trial, which means they try things. They assume things, and then if they have evidence, they claim it is what to prove it. But I say not true, because evidence can be proven by different evidence to be wrong. As an example, the Big Bang, they thought about it for a long time. They forced it on us in the school when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But now they discover that the Big Bang is just a silly theory, is not true. And now they are rewriting the whole theory again. So,
I know. But like,
so science is an application of a trying, the same as vaccine, the same as medicine, the same as surgeries. They try things. They try the medicine on you. It work. It doesn't. It kill you. So this is not science for me. This is human being is just practicing his stupidity. He might succeed. He might succeed sometime, and that will make him look smart. And he might fail big time, and that will make him look stupid. As an example, when a little virus attack a nation, the whole nation crumble, including the doctors. That is showing you that our science is so limited. So, science is not the reason to prove, to believe or not to believe. However, there's a simple things. We do not need science to prove it. As an example, when the Quran says that the sperm become a blood, that is a stupid statement. You can go right now, excuse my language, you can go right now, hold on, you can go masturbate and leave your semen on a piece of fabric. And let us see second day if that will become a blood. So when the Quran says something stupid, it's obvious. I do not need to be a scientist.
But like in that sense, obviously sperm and egg meeting together, the sperm is like a living organism, and then the egg is like the cell mixture. 23 chromosomes.
You see, my difficulty with you, I speak about the moon, you talk about something else. I said the sperm became a blood. What are you talking about? Do the sperm become blood?
I'm not here to talk about like trying to refute any kind of religion.
No, it's not about refuting. This is not about refuting. It's about it is or it's not.
No, it doesn't become blood, no.
Okay, so the Quran is wrong.
I don't know about that part. I haven't really studied that thing you said yet.
Hold on, what do you mean? If the Quran say that the sperm became a blood, is that wrong or not? You agreed, you said this is wrong, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So why you accept to be a Muslim then? If the Quran says something, there's no way God will say. He will go,
what they meant, I think
this is your God saying that the nutfa become a dead blood. It's in front of you.
I think what they mean by that is that the sperms are actually like when it swims in the vagina and coming up. It's
I
actually
think,
like a living.
Guys, I think what he mean that, but the sperm go to the vagina, and the vagina, he called the vagina. Hello, should I become a blood? What are you talking about? It says the sperm became a blood.
I think when you leave a sperm somewhere, you're actually killing those organisms, like those living beings. So
what organism? Abdul, listen. The sperm itself become a blood. This is what the verse saying. Don't say I think. Don't say I think. Did your God Allah saying I think? He said the sperm became dead blood.
Yeah.
Okay. So is that true or false?
False.
So why you want to stay a Muslim?
I have my reasons of a Muslim, but that wasn't what. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So, like I was saying, like the evolution, no, not even evolution, the Big Bang Theory. That
Stop
the
changing
universe,
the topic. Why you stay a Muslim if we discover right now the Quran making wrong, stupid statement?
I don't know if, like how they meant that, like where they meant it in, like what kind of
What you mean?
context.
What do you mean? I don't know. You are an adult. You are mature. You are a man. You have a brain. You have a tongue. Now you do not know. It's in front of you. And we made the sperm, the semen, into blood, dead blood. And then the dead blood became a little lump. Is that true? No.
Yeah.
And then the rest is wrong too. According to the Quran, the last thing became is the bones. So the lump, the sperm become bones. The sperm became Mr. Bones. And then the last stage, we close the bones. Muhammad is copying a meditation from the Old Testament. You made me like milk, like yogurt.
Yeah, but like with the Old Testament, everything which it comes from the Jews, right? So like
No, don't go there. I'm just showing you the Muhammad the thief. When he copied, he messed everything upside down and he exposed himself. This is not how God created the baby.
Right.
So why you want to stay a Muslim is if this is right?
So I don't know, like that's like one thing right there, which I haven't really seen for that much.
What?
I haven't really heard that much about that, or like, but there is ways to navigate around different ideologies, different. Well, look at this and that.
My friend, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? We navigate against ideology. Are we just searching for any ideology? So focus with me. You are a Muslim right now. You are not a Hindu. You are not a Buddhist. You are not a Christian. You are a Muslim. This is wrong. Why you want to follow a God? Why you want to follow God? Don't change topic. Why you want to follow God? Say stupid things.
It's not like we have to always analyze religion in the sense where we have to like really see sometimes things go wrong, but
I feel sorry for your wife. I hope she will not jump from the balcony as soon as she hear you. What the heck is this? I mean, do you see how dumb they are? I think they are saying what the heck is that? There's no way God will say this. If this is what you are following, this is an idiot. They never ask a question. They never answer the question. Is my voice bad, guys, in Discord? You can't hear me? Okay, let us see. What about now? The voice still bad? Guys, how you hear me in Rumble and YouTube? Yeah, this is obviously from Discord. Yeah, this is Discord. Okay, give me a second. Let me see. I will leave and come back. All right. Is this sound better now for you, Discord people? Okay, good. All right. As you see, this is the religion of duct tape. They have balls in the front of those who do not know. In the front of us, they are potatoes. You Christian Prince, you worship a human. That's the best you have? You worship a human? Or you worship a beast? You have 2 hands, 2 fingers, 5 fingers in every hand. Shin, foot. He's not a human. He's a beast. You have a God who will insert a chain in your anus. Sexual torture. No, no, no. Get to go. Don't join, my friend. Just that's it. I'm done with you. Take care. I feel sorry for you, really. I mean, after all what I showed you, how stupid Mohammed is, still you argue. Either God is true or not. There's no so-so. God cannot be smart in one place and stupid in another place. God is always, the word smart doesn't fit. The word genius doesn't fit. We're talking about God. There's no way God will say this. And not to mention, I mean, there's millions of those things. Do we have any smart Muslim would like to join us? Maybe. Anyone? Smart Muslims, smart Muslims. This is why I'm saying smart Muslim, because this is the majority of the Muslim population. All of them are smart. This is why they believe a stone can erase their sin. And they kiss it. You know, I don't know if you can find the video. Once I went to a Muslim website, I think it's called like Convert to Islam something. So I chatted with them. And I said, why Prophet of Allah? I have a question. I said, sure. I said, why Prophet of Allah, he kissed the stone? Took them 5 minutes to answer. They said, because it's holy. Said, okay. I asked again in the same chat on the website, why it's holy? Took them another 5 minutes. And then they said, because the Prophet kissed it. And now you notice the stupidity of this garbage religion. So why the Prophet he kissed the black stone? Because it's holy. Okay. Why it's holy? Because he kissed it. What the heck? Mr. G to G, he decided to leave Islam. Now he became agnostic. The one we just kicked out from the stage, he decided to become agnostic. He's out of Islam. Finally, he started moving his brain. He decided to take some rust away. So now he is agnostic. He's not a Muslim no more. Finally. Did you use 4W, the way they call it, 40W, what do they call it? To take the rust? What happened? You decide now to leave? Finally? Yeah, WD-40, yeah. Oh, okay. And you know, Strawberry is correcting him. Strawberry is supposedly the one who have knowledge. The one here, Prophet said she is half a brain. You see, it turned to be that the Muslim women, they are smarter than Muslim men. But the Prophet, he said they are half a brain. When the Abdul, this guy, his name Turtle, he called me, Strawberry, she jumped and she corrected him. And now she is correcting this guy. But here, the Prophet, he says women are half a brain. Oh boy. Guys, I have a proof that Joe Biden is a female. Do you know how I know that? How? How Christian Prince discovered that? Based on Prophet Muhammad evidence. He is a female. He's half a brain. Prove me wrong. This guy yesterday, he announced that he will not allow anti-Semitism. In the same day, he signed that no more weapon to Israel. I mean, obviously, he is not anti-Semitism. He is just anti-Israel. Based on this evidence, obviously Joe Biden is half a brain. And he is a female. Yeah, this is the command of Obama, obviously. Yeah, Muhammad, he says, those who kiss the stone, they said, oh, Prophet of Allah, why you are kissing those stones only and, you know, touching them? They said they erase your sin. And, you know, erasing sin in Islam is really something very funny. As an example, if you how you want to get 1,000 deeds every day? Anyone knows? Look how easy. You say Alhamdulillah 100 times every day. Allah put in your account 1,000 deeds. Just to show you how stupid this garbage cult is. Brother, this is a true religion, brother. I'm really convinced. I'm not going to show you the da'if one. Huh? Do you need to free a slave? In the Arab before Islam, they used to free a slave when they commit sin and they think God is angry from them. Let us say something happened to you. Your son is sick. So, you know, those superstition people, they say, oh, God is upset from me. So what he do? He free a slave. Look how Muhammad, he stopped them from freeing slaves. The Messenger of Allah said, he who utter 100 times in a day words, La ilaha illallah alhamdi wa blah, 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 it is the same as someone he freed 10 slaves. So do you see what Muhammad did now? The Arab, they used to free slaves when they commit a great sin. So now if you say to an Arab man, which one you prefer to do? Losing a slave or say Bismillah wa bihamdihi 100 times? Oh, you didn't see the screen? Discord? Okay, sorry, it's my fault. Because I left the Discord and came back. All right. Do you see it now? Do you see the mad Muhammad? Do you see how he trying to keep the slaves? So now, if I am an Arab man and I did sin before Islam, I free a slave. And we're talking about, like, you know, I feel guilty from something really bad. Let us say, you know, something really bad. And usually they don't do it just because they feel guilty. Something happened to them. Let us say they have a drought, like the animals are dying. Somebody in the family is dying. You are dying. So what do? You free a slave. Muhammad now, he told them different solution. Don't free slave. Say the following sentence in Arabic. If you say it, it's equal to freeing 10 slaves. Do you see how evil this man is? You do not need to free slaves no more. Say the sentence in Arabic 100 times. GTG, he is saying, Christian Prince, he don't care for me. Well, I wasted hours with you talking to you, trying to convince you, and you keep giving me nonsense. But finally, you decide to leave Islam. Okay, put your hand up. I will bring you for a minute. Come to the mic and tell him why you decide to leave Islam and become agnostic. Put your hand up. All right. Okay, you said you become agnostic. Why?
Because everything you're saying has driven me to believing in. There's probably no definite proof prove anything to anybody who doesn't want to believe you, because it's all faith. It's all cognitive ability to analyze the situation, to where you can see something, but you don't really know if it's true, because no one truly knows what will happen when we die, or if God truly exists. So I just thought, I'll just say I'm agnostic now.
All right. So, my friend, why it took you so long to know that Islam is false? I mean, isn't it obvious? Why Christian Prince, he need to lose his voice, scream at you? You see, I'm not screaming at you because I'm trying to insult you. God knows my throat hurting me, really. I keep taking those things, those little things, you know, that drops, just to keep my voice going. So why it take us forever to see what is obvious?
Because I used to be atheist not too long ago, and then I had to believe in a religion, researching, obviously coming through mass generation of information, and I came to a realization that probably Islam is true. But then researching all religions, archaeological and historical evidence pointing to every religion, but then Islam had the strongest for me, so I went to Islam. And then too many debates and too many tiring nights of context where you gotta defend your own belief against people that have the polar opposite faith. It gets tiring to the point where you just become an agnostic, because you truly don't know what is the truth or not. So I just said, I think I'm an agnostic.
All right. So now you left Islam, but you know, I want to give you advice before you leave. Don't make the same stupid reasoning make you convert to other belief, because all the reasoning you gave me, it was stupid. You did not take your time to study them. You are not a knowledgeable person about them. Then you jump to a religion just because you are searching for something. So we should be smarter. We are a human being. We are not monkeys, you know. Like monkeys, we trap them. We put some bananas in a cage, and then when they jump inside the cage, the door closes. You are lucky, because if you live in the Middle East and you convert to Islam and now you decide to leave like what happened now, they will kill you.
That's the normal thing which would happen in a state where predominantly there's a social norms or dominant religion where you do something against people, right? So that's a different thing. But
all right, my friend.
No, I don't think. Yeah.
Listen, I want to say to you, go. You know, if you are really searching for a truth, you will never find like Jesus. And I want you to make a study. If you can't find someone better than Christ to follow, let me know.
I don't think I'll be a Muslim anymore, so...
I know you said already you are of Islam, but I'm saying to you, can you find someone better than Christ to follow?
I'm not looking for following anything. I'm looking for...
All right.
The meaning to life.
Okay. Enjoy your life. I am looking for a truth, and I found it. And the Messiah is a truth. He said, I am the truth. I am the way. I am the Alpha and the Omega and the beginning, the end. I am the resurrection. And no one goes to the Father but by me. So I know the truth. You are just a lost soul. You are very confused. You don't know what to follow. I don't follow nobody. I am a person who believes in the truth. And the truth is what exists for truth. That's why the Messiah said, I'm the truth. And it's not about a speech, because I can say I'm the truth. I can say I'm the Alpha, I'm the Omega. I can say I'm prophet. I can say I'm God. But people will laugh at me, because I have no qualification of anything I claim. But in the case of the Messiah, he proved that he is a resurrector when he resurrected. He proved that he is the healer when he healed. He proved that he can make us see when he made the blind see. He proved that he have command over life and death. He proved that he forgives sin. He proved that nature obey him. He is the living Lord. So you are confused? We are not. I try to advise you. You said, I'm not looking. Time will come, and the Lord, the Messiah, will ask you, is it true that one day there's a guy, his name is a Christian prince, he advised you to believe in me, and you said, thank you, I'm not looking? You did. So remember that day. And trust me, this day will come. A human being is an idiot. When he's healthy, he thinks he is super. He thinks he is Hercules. But Hercules himself died. Every man. You are young? Trust me, you are so old. You are old the day you are born. Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. Time goes so fast. By the way, the Muslims, they believe that Allah is the time. And that is another funny thing about Islam. When the Muslims, they say they believe in one God, in fact, they believe in one time. I just remember this, so I want to share it with you, just to show you how stupid Muhammad is. Imagine we bring a bunch of philosophers and we say to them that Allah is the time. How they will react to such a stupid statement. Muhammad, he just admit that Allah is not exist. People who here believe that time is exist, is time something exist? Is it something exist? Can we, like in language we say, I'm killing time, but is it real? Am I killing time? Can somebody kill time? Can somebody create time? So when Muhammad says his God is the time, and the time is relative, for we grow older, then there is a time. This is our time. This is our time. How God is the time? If we never grow older, time means nothing. So time is relative to who we are and where we live. In fact, if you go out of the earth, you will see time have different measurement, have different, it's totally different. It's not even, we can't compare. Even your lifespan can be changed. Muhammad is just a fool. In one hand, they say God is real, and the other hand, they say God is a time. Don't insult the time. Allah is the time. And now I know the Muslim, they will say to you, it's metaphor. As usual, anything is embarrassing, it become a metaphor. Allah, He promised them in this penis, it is metaphor. Half mile ass, it is a metaphor. Anything is embarrassing, is metaphor. You know, when Jesus, when the Lord, He says, I am the Alpha, I am the Omega, I am the beginning, I am the end, that means He is the beginning of all. He is, by Him, everything is started. Everything by Him will end. He exists before time anytime. When Qadhi created the sun and the stars, well, what was before? There was no time. Our time is our sun going down and up as we see it. So we say 1 day, 2 days, 5 hours, 7 hours. Anyway, guys, I am going to say to you, I am out of time, which means I am out of Allah. Therefore, I better go. So I hope you have a good time today with me. And as you see, Muslims cannot answer anything we stand against. Islam is a joke, and joke is Islam. And let us not to waste waste time from now on. And don't forget to leave a comment about what you heard. Say something useful. Maybe there's an idea I did not mention. Maybe you can give a smarter answer than my stupid answers. Show me, show them, help them. Be part of a Christ mission to bring those Muslims to Christ. People will read your comment and maybe they can learn something from you. Maybe you can change the life of somebody. Maybe your comment can have an impact, which I was not able to do. So do something, be someone, otherwise I will send Allah, which is the time to break your watch. Thank you all for being here. May the Lord bless you. And this is your brother Christian Prince was serving you humbly for today. I hope to be able to see you tomorrow if I could. Until then, God is good, so is Jesus. Amen to that.